Take me now, baby, here as I am. Pull me close, try and understand. Desire is hunger, is the fire I breathe. Love is a banquet on which we feed. Come on now, try and understand the way I feel when I'm in your head. Take my hand, come undercover. They can't hurt you now, can't hurt you now, can't hurt you now. Because the night belongs to lovers. Because the night belongs to life. Because the night belongs to lovers. Because the night belongs to us. Have I doubt when I'm alone? Love is a ring, the telephone. Love is an angel disguised as lust. Here in our bed until the morning comes. Come on now, try and understand the way I feel under your command. Take my hand as the sun descends. They can't touch you now, can't touch you now, can't touch you now. Because the night belongs to lovers. Because the night belongs to life. Because the night belongs to lovers. Because the night belongs to us. Without the vicious circle turns and burns. Without you, I cannot live. Forgive the yearning, burning. I believe it's time to real to feel. So touch me now, touch me now, touch me now. Because the night belongs to lovers. Because the night belongs to life. Because the night belongs to lovers. Because the night belongs to us. Because tonight there are two lovers. That we believe in the night we trust. Because the night belongs to lovers. Because the night belongs to love. Because the night belongs to lovers. Because the night belongs to love. Come to believe the night we're lovers. Come to believe in the night we
Years and my life is still trying to get up that great big hill of hope for a destination. I realized quickly when I knew I should that the world was made up of this brotherhood of man, for whatever that means. Into a crisis times when I'm lying in bed just to get it all out what's in my head. And I am feeling a little peculiar. And so I wake in the morning and I step outside and I take a deep breath and I get real high and I scream from the top of my lungs, what's going on?
you, yeah. Morning and I step outside and I take a deep breath and I get real high.
Scream from the top of my lungs.
What's going on?
You know I say,
Hey, yeah, 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 hey,
yeah, yeah. I say, hey, what's going on?
what's going on?
You know I say, hey, yeah, yeah, yeah. Hey, yeah, yeah.
I said, hey,
What's going on?
what is going on? Anon, thank you for the 10 gifted subs.
What's going on?
I thought you had a cat. Oh no. Yeah, hey, yeah, yeah.
What's going on?
You look slay. Oh my god, I feel like I'm dying, so thank you. Ooh, 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 ooh. 25 years and my life is still trying to get up that great big hill of hope for a destination. Trying to get up that hill for a destination. Also, speaking of 25, happy birthday to my sister Cece. 25 years old. 25 years old. This is how I find out about Jane Goodall. Yes, this is how you find out about Jane Goodall. Anyway, hi everyone. What the hell's going on? What's up? How we doing? I feel I sound like a radio host. I am so tired. I feel like just spiritually exhausted. So I'm going to try my best. I am the number one source for death news. And unfortunately, or like fortunately, sorry that it happened to you, or I'm happy for you. A lot of times people find out that legends have died because they turn on my stream. They're in the title. It's like, so-and-so has died. Like, this is how I find out. Sometimes people will find out a year later, too. Like, I'll make mention to, I don't know, some celebrity who died. And they'll be like, wait, what? Val Kilmer died? Like, yeah, that was a bit ago. I know. Let me know segment. Classic. Anyway, so I went to dinner last night. I took the night off. Went to dinner. Had a great dinner. And then hung out with friends until the wee hours of the morning. Will really wants to get into DJing. So we went to our friend's place who has a DJ set up, and he was practicing. And I was like, am I a DJ's girlfriend? Is this our new arc? DJ Will Naff. Put your hands together for DJ Will Naff. His white boy and his DJ arc. Here for it. I'm glad that my voice is giving radio host today, because I got nothing in the tank. I got nothing in the tank, and I was sitting down like, okay, what's going on? There's so much news. Like, some days there's news, but it's also like, can feel like pulling teeth to not just to have kind of a variety of news. Today is one of those days. There's so much. So much going on, and I definitely will not be covering all of it hopefully I will get to covering some of it. Permission to hit the bong, permission granted. But yeah, Jane Goodall died. So I definitely want to talk about Jane Goodall. I definitely want to talk about Asada Shakur because I have not talked about her yet, and she passed away last week. But I have there's this really wonderful National Geographic documentary on Jane Goodall. I was like, maybe we watch that. You know, the chimp queen, best friend to the chimpanzees, legendary conservationist. Anyway, so we'll see what we get through. Yeah, it might be an impromptu film night. Since I kind of just want to, be cozy and watch a doc on Jane. With apparently footage that has unseen footage of Jane Goodall in the wild. I'm sure you've seen it, but have you talked about Cardi? I haven't talked about, this is what I said. There's so much going on. There's so much going on in pop culture, in politics, fucking government shutdown. The government shut down to the flotilla in Gaza, to continued backlash to the Riyadh Comedy Festival. Jane Fonda has relaunched her father's free speech group that he started during the McCarthy era in the 50s. So we got a lot of activity happening in Hollywood. Then we also, we've got Nicki Minaj. Somebody's got to come get her, honestly. I should just speed run news. I'll just take 10 Adderall. I don't take Adderall, clearly. I don't know what 10 Adderall is. I'll just take 10 Adderall and be like, okay, here's the news. And then we have this, and then this, and then this happened, and then this happened. Everything just gets just gets one line. But yes, Nicki and Cardi, if I don't get into the full thing today, because I feel like I gotta dive into the latest there. So that might be a tomorrow. Would 10 kill me? 10 would kill me. Lost Beta, thank you for the 19 months. Thank you for the happy belated B-Day wish. Jen Bonds, thank you for the 7 months. Old Sick Back, thank you for the 2 months. Katie, thank you for the 29 months. That History Grad, thank you for Tier 1. How is John Voight doing on the McCarthy Hollywood shit? Wasn't he supposed to make movies less woke? I feel like... Is he still alive? Yeah, no, he's still alive. The Jay-Z stray had me crying. You know what? I'm not kidding you. I feel like Nicki Minaj is 2 seconds away from just being Kanye West. We're kind of there. So somebody needs to come get her. Is there anyone in Nicki Minaj's life who, first of all, is not a sex predator? Second of all, is someone who will be like, hey, girl, I gotta take the phone away. Cut the internet. Cut it. You want to take 10 pills of prescription meth? I wonder what that would do to me right now. Wonder what that would do if I just took a bunch of meth, but legal. Well, nothing good. I wonder if I would just sit there and shake and then my head would just explode off my body. Anyway, yeah, so I went to bed hecka late and just today have been because I had a lot of steak. A good steak. Could you turn the air down, my love? Thank you. Some good drinks, some good company, and then was up way too late. Way too. So anyway, we're here. And I'm officially into 33. I mean, I've been into 33, but now I'm really into 33. Also, did you guys know that that's how old Jesus was when he died? I don't know what that means for me. But yeah, Jesus died at 33. So maybe that's good. Maybe 33 is a special year. I also sent my family the anonymous birthday video, and they could not believe Sarah Palin. They could not believe Sarah Palin. And everyone kind of said the same thing. They were like, she seems really lonely. Not just that she makes good money on Cameo, but that it's something that gives her purpose. She has like nothing going on and no one. And so this Cameo request to Caroline, she's like, that's my new friend. That's my only friend. Thanks. I've been on a Lola Young rabbit hole. Oh my God, poor Lola Young. What is happening? Did you guys see Lola Young pass out at... Lola Young passed out on stage, and apparently this has been a thing where she has had really a lot of scares on stage, and she kind of seems to just be either her team is just keep doing it, just keep performing. Either her team or she's just trying to get through it, because the video I saw where she just straight up passes out on stage was crazy. And then apparently it's not the first time, or just as far as her having health scares while performing. And then she's canceled all her upcoming events. She's taking a break. I worry for her because she's really young, and this past year has been her breakout year. She just performed at the VMAs. She's really starting to get a lot of name recognition, and I do not think that, I don't think she's healthy. Lola has announced she's stepping away from performing to focus on her health. This comes after British singer-songwriter collapsed on stage during her performance at the All Things Go festival in New York over the weekend. Let me see if I can find that. She wrote on Instagram, "Hi, for anyone who saw my set at All Things Go today, I'm doing okay now. Thank you for all your support, Lola." The incident came just days after the singer canceled a performance in New Jersey for mental health reasons, which she addressed during her set on Saturday, saying she'd had a tricky couple of days. Sometimes life can really make you feel like you can't continue, but you know what? Today I woke up and I made the decision to come here, and I wanted to be cool. Sometimes life can throw you lemons and you just got to make lemonade. Or sometimes you got to listen to your body, you got to take care of yourself. And I think in this industry, there's such an emphasis on just beast moding through it, where it's just deal with it, okay? She's talked openly about her challenges with mental health and substance abuse. Yeah. Oh, it's good she's taking a break. I'm going away for a while, Young wrote in a short paragraph. It pains me to say I have to cancel everything for the foreseeable future. Thank you for all the love and support. I'm so sorry to let anyone down who's bought a ticket to see me. It hurts more than you know. Young added that fans who had purchased tickets to her live shows would obviously be entitled to a full refund. I really hope you'll give me a second chance once I've had some time to work on myself and come back stronger. I can't imagine being in a situation like this where obviously she has been struggling with mental and physical health issues, but she's also simultaneously breaking into the mainstream, you know, something that I'm sure she's always dreamed of, that she's worked really hard for. And it's like, you know, you look at it like this and you go, I either stay on this ride, even though it's causing me harm, but I worry, like, am I going to fall off? Is this my only opportunity? If I get off the ride, like, am I saying goodbye to this once in a lifetime opportunity that I don't know if I'll get again? It's a lot of pressure to keep up the momentum. Yes. I mean, we even saw that with Chapel, who had even more of a meteoric, rocket ship rise in her year when she finally broke through into the mainstream, which was last year and this year as well. And just how that was having an effect on her mental health as well. It just, yeah. Anyway, I think she's great. I really like her music. I think she's super talented. We just saw this with Lil Nas X. Anyway, wishing her health and wishing her good health. Okay, and then we have some tea. We've got some tea, y'all. Creane, thank you for the 22 months. We've got some tea involving Mother Nicole and that Keith guy. I'm like, what do I even call him? And that Keith guy. Okay, first things first. If I ever get divorced, please, I need an announcement looking this cunty. I need to be like, she looks so good. This is such a cunty pick. Nicole Kidman has filed for divorce from Keith Urban. This is the energy, you know? So I just have to say, if I get divorced, this is goals. If I ever have a divorce announcement, this is how it's gotta be. Gotta be. Okay, so Keith Urban, from what I've gathered, it appears to be a mix of, remember how I jokingly was like, is it because Nicole is the most employed actress in the world? Do you think Keith Urban's like, you know, you do every single show and everything and every single movie, you're the most employed actress in the world? Well, I don't think that was that much of a joke, as it turns out. I thought he was divorcing her. So apparently he initiated the separation. She's filed for divorce. And this has been going on since the summer. In the end, Keith Urban and Nicole Kidman had different perspectives when it came to supporting each other's careers. The couple wed in 2006, and when their daughters Sunday and Faith, now 17 and 14, were younger, Kidman was all about them. Eventually, the Oscar and Emmy-winning actress-producer went back to work in full force. A source close to the family says Kidman truly thrived working again. She's been feeling amazing, very happy about having a career. Now that they are older, Sunday and Faith love seeing their mom work. They're very supportive of their mom, says the source. For country singer Urban, however, it's been the opposite. Why is it always this? Why are successful women just not allowed to be successful? Why is it? It's like, buddy, Nicole Kidman was an Oscar winner before she ever married you. Okay, this is not some woman who like crawled out of the grass. That's Nicole fucking Kidman we're talking about. And God forbid that when her kids get older, which she had stepped away from her career to raise her children, to be a mother, and then God forbid she returns and it's like, wait a second, I don't know about this. Keith was used to her being supportive of his career. He's not been as supportive as he hoped. Sorry, but if I'm choosing one career over the other, Nicole Kidman's versus Keith Urban's, look, Keith's very successful. He's a very successful country singer. But that's Nicole Kidman. That's Nicole fucking Kidman. Like, yes, he's not even equivalent level in the country music world. Have some shame. And the funny thing is that every time, because Nicole was always at his events. She was always at these fucking country music award shows. She was always like attending his concerts. She was always there. And the funny thing is that she always had the bigger spotlight on her. At the CMAs, or the whatever, American Country Music Awards, it was literally like about Nicole. When everyone was like, where's Nicole? Where's Nicole? I mean, obviously I was there being like, is there any chance that I will get to meet Mother Nicole? Who? You mean Nicole Kidman's ex-husband? See? Nicole Kidman's ex-husband is how he shall be known. But she just is such... She's such a queen. She's such a legend. She's such an icon that at these events, it was always like, she was never his plus one. She was Nicole Kidman. Kidman wrapped filming Practical Magic 2 with Sandra Bullock just weeks before her split news. She has 4 other upcoming TV shows in the works, plus a return to season 3 of Big Little Lies that was recently announced. Urban has been on his High and Alive world tour this year with more dates scheduled through August 2026. On Tuesday, September 30th, Kidman officially filed for divorce from Urban in Nashville, citing irreconcilable differences. She didn't want this, a source told People on Monday when news of their separation broke. She's been fighting to save the marriage. In an interview with CBS News in December 2024, Kidman said after welcoming daughter Sunday with Urban, she thought, I'm pretty much done now with acting. Her mom, who died in September 2024, gave her advice that changed her mind. Keith Urban is even top 3 country singers with Keith in their name. I like how now the doors are just open. The dam has broken. And now it's just like talk shit on Keith Urban time. I'm ready to be your trophy wife. Me too. Nicole Kidman, I'm ready to be your trophy wife as well. You've got many lining up. Yes, it's true. Keith Urban always felt like Nicole Kidman's plus one, even when they were events that they were there for him. Like, that's just how it went, because that's Nicole Kidman. We were living on a farm, recalled Kidman, and that's when my mother said, I wouldn't give up completely. Keep a finger sort of in it. Smart woman. And I'm like, nar, I'm done, I'm done. She's going, just listen to me. Keep moving forward. Not saying that you have to do it to the level you've been doing it, but I wouldn't give it up completely. The estranged couple previously spoke about juggling their busy schedules and family life. Kidman in April 2024 told People about her lovely support system, saying at the time, I'm so lucky that I have Keith, who's just my love, my deep, deep love. That gives me the ability to go and do whatever I have to do because I know where I can come back to. She told Harper's Bazaar in 2018 that she and Urban had pretty strict with the boundaries and what we allow in terms of work into our home, explaining at the time, obviously I work hard, but when I'm off, I'm off. Keith and I are very good at immediately clicking off because we have a really good... What is this? Because we have a really good life in Nashville. It's very simple, quiet, and nourishing because we've made it like that. Well, it seems like maybe Nicole Kidman's ex-husband wanted her to be like living this little wifey and mother life instead of being in like literally every film and show ever. Nicole Kidman is I love that her mom was like, no, you should keep going. Don't give it up. And Nicole heard that and went, you're right. I need to be the most employed actress ever. Housewifing Nicole Kidman is crazy. Notice how it was that Nicole Kidman and not was that Keith Urban?
We're number one.
She said that we're the best.
Come on. We're going to clip that and just run that.
Oh, I'm going to be
I'm gonna be living. I'm living off that.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Wow.
We are out here.
Okay, Nick says the way Doodle is a natural performer though, and always slays no matter the venue.
Okay.
Hold on, was that Nicole Kidman?
I low-key, I was like, hold on.
Did we just see?
My radar was not. I was
I
preoccupied
think
with
we got someone coming up right now.
No,
Howdy.
oh, okay, gotcha.
Like, I mean, you guys, look at even her. Like, she was on that carpet. It's not just the fact, too, that she is just a willow tree. You know, she's taller than Keith Urban. She just. Will Neff met Nicole Kidman one time in real life, and he said she is ethereal. He's like, I could not stop staring at her. It's just her entire presence. She's so tall and willowy, and it glows. Like she just absolutely glows, and that's because she's mother.
Okay, wait. Gotcha. You guys.
Okay, do you remember too when I thought they were telling me like you have to stop talking about Nicole Kidman, because the entire stream I was like keeping one eye out. I was trying to make sure my Nicole Kidman radar was operating at full speed. And at one point I thought they said, like, I thought word was coming from the team, like, to stop mentioning Nicole. So then I got nervous because I was like, okay, well, that's first of all going to be really hard for me. How am I not going to be like, where's Nicole Kidman? But second of all, I was like, oh no, I hope I didn't get us in trouble or anything. But no, what they were saying was don't talk about Tom Hanks to Rita Wilson, which I was like, no, Rita Wilson is her own. That's Rita Wilson. I have plenty to talk to Rita Wilson about that isn't making everything about her husband. Like, I think that's what the concern was Rita Wilson's coming up. Like, please don't just ask her a bunch of questions about Tom Hanks. I'm like, excuse me, I'm a seasoned pop culture queen. I am not going to be asking Rita Wilson only about Tom Hanks. And he wasn't brought up one time in our conversation. Anyway, so yes, just a reminder too that when it comes to Nicole and then Nicole's ex-husband, there is no doubt whose side I am firmly on. Firmly. Positive 2F. Thank you for the 26 months. Dab, thank you for the tier 1. Creane, thank you for the 22 months. I am a seasoned, all the seasons. Okay, let's go back to this. So thank you, Nicole Kidman's late mother. Rest in peace. Thank you for ensuring that our queen, the queen, was not going to stop acting, that she was always going to keep one foot in. And by keeping one foot in, being the most employed actress ever. Okay, and now here's more tea. Keith Urban changed song lyrics inspired by Nicole Kidman romance to reference new guitar player Maggie during concert. So you telling me that Keith Urban is already in a relationship, or I don't know, at the very least fucking somebody who it turns out is 25 years old? Wow, a tale as old as time. Also, recycling a song, bro, you can't come up with anything new. You have to. If I'm this 25-year-old, she probably doesn't give a shit, but like, I'm going, hand-me-downs? You can't write a new song about me. Like, you're changing the lyrics of a song that you wrote about your ex-wife. Okay, you know, maybe this whole thing, maybe Keith Urban's not worth it. Why do trash men keep fumbling Nicole Kidman? Why do trash men fumble women like this? Like, have an affair with an 80-year-old woman, Martha Stewart, make it interesting? Yes. If you're going to do this, can you not be so typical? Can you just not be so cliche? Make it interesting. Okay? Be like, I'm leaving Nicole because I fell in love with a 100-year-old woman who's just dynamite in the sack. I've never met anyone like her. The heart wants what it wants. And she might be dead soon because she's 100. So I have to seize this opportunity while I have it. Okay. So a recent Keith Urban performance has surfaced following his split from Nicole Kidman. As fans speculate about what may have happened between the two, Urban, 57, caught more attention recently after he changed the lyrics to his song The Fighter featuring Carrie Underwood during a recent performance. As seen in a clip from the performance shared on Instagram by Urban's utility player and rising country star Maggie Bow, a lyric from the song was changed to include her name as the two performed together. It's also like, really, it's not just a younger woman, a 25-year-old woman. It's your guitar. It's one of your guitar players. The original line was, when they're trying to get to you, baby, I'll be the fighter. Okay. And it was changed to, are you ready for this? When they're trying to get to you, Maggie, I'll be your guitar player. Boo! Everybody say it. Boo! Everybody boo! Boo! Gross! Oh, brother, this guy stinks. Oh, brother. Yeah, also, he has a 17-year-old daughter. Can I just say he has a 17-year-old daughter, and here he is on stage. And look, we don't know the full ins and outs, but we've seen this story a million times. And I have no qualms about being like, just a fuck you to Nicole Kidman's ex-husband. And also because it's Nicole. And so I am, we riding at dawn type of shit. We riding at dawn. When they're trying to get to you, Maggie, I'll be your guitar player. Sir, you are almost 60. You are almost 60 years old. You have a 17-year-old daughter, 8 years younger than the woman that you're now changing the lyrics to, that you wrote about your ex-wife, the mother of your children, changing the lyrics to on stage just a mere couple months after you guys have separated. The fact that both lyrics are bad are sending me he doesn't even have game to be doing all this. That's what I'm saying. Like, I gotta be so for real. I know I'm not the most well-versed modern country fan, like, understander, but for the entire time that I have ever thought of Keith Urban or like known of Keith Urban, it has only been because he's married to Nicole Kidman. Let's not act as if Nicole did not greatly elevate Keith Urban out of the country world. Okay? Marrying Nicole Kidman, who is an internationally renowned actress, who is one of the greats, mother, that we do not just apply that label to everyone. She was instrumental in raising his in raising his profile, and like more people learning of Keith Urban because of his marriage to Nicole. Did he just say that? She captioned the clip. Bao shared the footage on Saturday, September 26th, before news of Urban and Kidman's split. What the hell? This Maggie Bao, did he just say that? She posted on her Instagram before news of the split happened, before the news broke. That's gross. That's, you know what? These two seem like maybe they deserve each other. People confirmed Urban and Kidman's separation after 19 years of marriage on Monday, September 29th. According to documents obtained by People on Tuesday, September 30th, Kidman, 58, filed for divorce from the country star in Nashville, where the couple has lived since 2007, listing their date of separation as the date of filing and citing irreconcilable differences as the reason for the split. Urban and Bao were on tour this summer. It's like, dude, I'm going to refrain. Here's what I will say. Clearly a big part of this is that this woman is that she's significantly younger. Okay. It's like, hello. Keith Urban, who's going to be 60 soon. He's going to be 60 soon. Like, how many times have we seen this story? We know how this goes. Oh, she ignited she made me feel alive again. Yeah, because when you were her age, she wasn't even born. Is that why you're feeling alive again? Because when you were her age, she was not yet in the womb. Living in Nashville for his career, because God knows an Australian A-list actress has no business in Nashville. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. A lot of the moves that have taken place since they've been married were greatly around his career. Just as a reminder. It's all from a conversation my wife and I had early on in our relationship that when things get tough, I need to hold her tighter and just try to take care of her. Gross! You fucking dick! This is about the song whose lyrics he changed. It's off his 9th studio album, Ripcord, and was inspired by the early days of his romance with Kidman. That is so fucking shady. First of all, again, lyrics suck just to begin with. Second of all, that this is about how you, like, your commitment to your wife, that when things get tough, that you're going to hold on tight. And you have the fucking nerve to choose those exact lyrics and change them to be about your 25-year-old guitar player who may, you know what, there's probably an affair going on. Let's also be for real. Okay. We know how celebrities affairs older man, younger woman. I think there are assumptions that can be made. The song is about wanting to heal somebody, wanting to take care of somebody, wanting to protect somebody. It's really like a vow in so many ways. He continued, referring to Kidman as female and tender. Oh my God, how does this keep getting worse? If Will Neff were to ever refer to me as female and tender, crimes would be committed. Let me just say, okay? Crimes would be committed. Nicole Kidman, he referred to as female and tender. I want that tenderness to not have to get hardened to the world, said Urban. That's my job as her husband, to put myself around her so she can remain that way. And that's really the course of the fighter. Or also maybe as her husband to support her as a partner, to view her as an equal, see her as the incredible artist that she is, and not get in the way, but instead always be lifting her up and be like, she's the greatest and she deserves She deserves everything and more. Homie, you are the softest man. She's protecting you. This gets worse and worse. And here's the thing. Okay. Here's the thing. I know we're doing tea talk right now, but when I first saw the announcement, I just knew right away. I was like, oh, some fuck ass shit happened here. And I have no doubt in my mind that ex-husband was doing fuck ass shit. My job is to keep her in her feminine so I can be in her masculine. And like, that's just so strange. That's just such a female and tender. No. Urban told the outlet that the song came into fruition while he and Kidman spent time in London as she starred in the West End production of Photograph 51 during the fall of 2015. A source in Urban Circle told People Tuesday that the country star has just been going through some stuff as of late. He's been making questionable choices for some time now, and this was not the case of them just drifting apart, added a Kidman source. They tied the knot in 2006 and share 2 children together. Kidman is also mom to Bella and Connor with ex-husband Tom Cruise. Oh, Nicole, I am... These fuck-ass men who have somehow been so lucky to be with Nicole Kidman and yet this is the result. Get behind me. All I have to say, too, is I am sure that set of Big Little Lies is going to be spicy with all the personal drama and shit that has happened with these actresses' lives. Like, ooh, to be a fly on the wall of that set. Oh, to just get to sit there and like, you ready to, ladies, shall we talk some shit? Shall we talk some shit? As you know, there's a really obsessed Keith Urban fan, think Club Chalamet, but for Keith on Twitter, who hates Nicole, has been very vocal about how she believes she is Keith's true love and that all his songs are written about her. Okay, I'm going to say this, and I know it just... Club Chalamet makes more sense. Club Chalamet being obsessed with Timothy Chalamet. I'm like, okay, I get that more than like this crazed obsession with Keith Urban being like, no, I'm his one true love. Fuck you, Nicole. All his songs are actually about me. Right, because it's Timothy at least, but Keith Urban, I'm like, I don't get it. I don't understand. I don't understand. Oh, I can't wait for more. I'm begging you to listen to this song of his, Pure White People Shit.
We drove right past that no trespassing sign. We sat on the tailgate.
This song is called Cop Car.
And watched the planes take off. We thought we had all night. There was no need.
This is the official music video? I thought this was like a fan edit.
Rush. That's when those cops came pulling up. And I thought, man, ain't this some shit? Your daddy's gonna kill me. But if I survive tonight, I wouldn't change one thing. Baby, I know it sounds crazy, but there was something about the way the blue lights were shining, bringing out the freedom in your eyes.
No, absolutely not. There's something about the way the blue light shining, bringing out the freedom in your eyes. Truly, this is only something that a white person could sing about the cops. Cops and freedom. That is really the most white people shit ever.
I was too busy watching you going wild, child, to be worried about going to jail. You were thinking that running for it would make a good story. I was thinking you were crazy as hell. You were so innocent, but you were stealing my heart. I fell in love in the back of a cop car. Man, they weren't playing. They sure threw those cuffs on quick. You tried to sweet talk them. They didn't fall for it, but I did.
No, this just keeps getting worse.
Left, I was on the right. I knew you didn't smoke when you asked him for a light. And I laughed. He got mad and slammed the door. Swear your dad's gonna kill me. But if I survive tonight, I wouldn't change one thing. Baby, I know it sounds crazy, but there was something about the way the blue lights were shining, bringing out the freedom in your eyes. I was too busy watching you going wild, child, to be worried about going.
Also, the fact that this whole video is just like her still arguing with the cops. Her still arguing with the cops. White people shit.
Thinking that running for it and make a good story. I was thinking you were crazy as hell. You were so innocent, but you were stealing my heart. I fell in love in the back of a cop car.
No, man. Is that her? Look at her with her head out the window, like just taking a joyride.
Oh, and you were like,
Wait, but also, okay, I know this is like a crazy song. It doesn't even make sense. I don't get it. So you're getting arrested, but that's how you fell in love? Because by getting arrested, you feel the freedom in her eyeballs? And that's what's made you fall in love? It just, I don't understand.
side by side and locked in tight. They were taking their time, but we didn't mind. And we talked and we laughed, we sat real close. By the time they let us go, I was already gone.
Of course they're being let go. They did. So they just put you in the fucking car? Sorry, sir. My bad. We forgot the two of you are white, so we will be letting you go.
Freedom in your eyes. I was too busy watching you going wild, child, to be worried about going to jail.
Like,
You were
is
thinking
that supposed to be her, like, in his mind running from the cops, which didn't happen because they didn't need to run from the cops? Like, why is she running?
Make a good story. I was thinking you were crazy as hell. Sure was so innocent, but you were stealing my heart. I fell in love in the back of a cop car. I fell in love in the back of a cop car. Side by side and locked in tight. They were taking their time, but we didn't mind. We talked and we laughed. We sat real close. By the time they let us go, I was already gone. I was already gone, baby. I fell in love in the back of a cop car.
Oh my God. Oh my God. The cops were blinded by the freedom in their eyes. The cops saw the freedom in their eyes and were like, you know what? We believe in freedom too. So we're letting you go. We recognize that freedom in your eyes. This peaked at number 8 on the Billboard. You know what? I keep laughing too. I keep laughing because I'm imagining him showing Nicole his new song. I'm imagining like he makes the song. He's like, okay, honey, I can't wait to show you my new song. And she listens to it. She's like, it's so sweet. Keith. And then maybe in her mind, she's like, I don't really get it, but it's so sweet. Like, just that's it. It's so good, babe. It's so great. Oh, babe. Okay, I need to read some of these comments. I totally miss this early 2000s vibe this song sends throughout my body. I used to wonder why mom and dad can't get over music from their time until it actually happened to me. The nostalgia. Are we calling this early 2000s vibe? Are we calling this nostalgia? Are we? Really? Like, this is the song that you listen to and you're like, man, just a hit of that good old nostalgia. Also, this is from 2014. This is from 2014. I used to wonder why mom and dad can't go over music from their time until it actually happened to me. Okay. I need people like this to know that there's so much more music out there. And I'm not someone who's like all country music is bad. There is country music that I like, especially like folk. I do usually prefer older country music, but there's so much better country music than this at the very least. Okay. So much better than this. I can show you the world. I can show you the world that you just need to go past this, right? Like, you just need to take 2 steps and there is a whole world out there. And I think it will have you reconsidering a comment like this. If you truly love freedom, you'd be crying to this song. OMG, I heard this song one time and fell in love with it. The freedom in her eyes, the innocence, he was gone, fell in love. What a beautiful song, what a beautiful story. That's not a real comment. It's a fake, that's a robot. That's not real. Dear Heavenly Father, can we please pray for Mani Pimpaktra? He's so insanely special in our family. He's carrying over to our family's legacy. My cousin, are you still alive? Amen. What the hell is this comment section? What? Who? The all caps one? What a beautiful song. She was so innocent, but she was stealing my heart. I fell in love in the back of a cop car. Ah! Wow. Read the comment from Tabs. Okay. Ironically, I met the girl of my dreams as this song was released when I told her my feelings as I was being arrested for something I didn't do. But regardless, I fell in love in the back of a cop car. Flame emoji. Heart. Love you, Kristen. P.S. I'm also a musician and Keith is my fucking hero and his guitar playing / style are so sick. Flame emoji. You guys, I don't think these comments are real. These can't be real people. I don't think this is real. I love the way that he uses his whole body to play and sing. This is one of my favorites on Fuse, along with Somewhere in My Car and Come Back to Me. By the time they let us go, I was already gone. Aww. Does that line really get you? By the time they let us go, I was already gone. Like, is that what poetry is? The music video makes me think the police arrest the two people every weekend. It's like just a thing. It's just a thing where like it's like their foreplay, their date night. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is my ex-girlfriend favorite song, and it took a few years to have the courage to listen to it again. If your favorite song is Cop Car by Keith Urban, I don't know what to do about that. Like, I feel sad for you. I feel sad for you if your favorite song in the whole world, out of all the songs ever, out of every single song to ever exist, and you're like, yeah, Cop Car by Keith Urban, is like, did all the other songs die? Not even Day Sandstorm, shaking my head. Yeah, when Sandstorm exists, you're telling me Cop Car by Keith Urban is still your favorite song of all time? The phrase coworker music is overused, but, and yet, it's like, maybe if you've never heard another song, but still, even if all the other songs died, you're still not obligated to like music. I am just 28 million views. 28 million views. I am shook. I am shooketh. My first time riding in a cop car, I was never in trouble, just got a free ride with a friend because of age and night curfew from a nice officer. White. Like, what's one way to tell everyone that you are a white person without telling everyone that you're a white person? That. My first time riding in a cop car, I was never in trouble. I just got a free ride with a friend because of age and night curfew from a nice officer. I can't stop loving this song. Who's still here? Almost in 2020. Let's get this shit going. Keith Urban is an amazing man. Love this. They should have a repeat button for all their videos, especially this one. I'm just waiting for one person to be like, hey, this song kind of fucking blows. Every time I watch this or listen to the song, I absolutely feel so transported to a very sonically beautiful space. My spirit just soars. It's gorgeous. Do people talk like this? I guess because these are the same people who are like, the greatest lyric I've ever heard is, by the time they let us go, I was already gone. The blue lights showed the freedom shining in her eyes. No, that's why I like have to believe these are bots. I have to believe it. Oh, I also forgot he's Australian. The fact he's Australian never ceases to amaze me. I like that I just gave him a de facto country accent. He's like, hi, babe. Here's my new... Wait, now I'm doing Australian. Here's my new song. And Nicole's like, R. It's even funnier, though, to have both the Australian accents. Hi, babe. Oi, oi. You want to listen to my new song? Which makes it even... Wait, he's Australian. What are you doing with making a song like this? What? Wait, somehow that makes it even more embarrassing. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh man. Oh God. Oh, Nicole, you're free now. Do you think because he and Nicole never got arrested together and just put in the back of a cop car and then released 5 minutes later, but by that point they'd already been laughing and seeing the freedom and he was like seeing the freedom in her eyes. Do you think because that never happened, it's why he was like, no, she's not the one for me. No, I think I need to go have sex with this 25-year-old because they never got to be in the cop car. He never saw the freedom in her eyes because the blue lights from the cop car weren't shining in them. Those were just normal eyes. Just normal eyes. Oh my goodness. I can't believe this song exists, and this song is the song of Nicole Kidman's ex-husband. You know what? In honor of Nicole, I am giving the energy of Nicole in the sunshine after she was officially divorced from Tom Cruise. The picture of her outside that I know she's like, I don't really like to talk about that, but I'm taking that energy and now giving that as far as Nicole Kidman no longer being married to Keith Urban. Oh, I'll bet Carolyn loves this song. Oh, it's Carolyn's favorite song. That's going to be on the campaign trail. There's a small sect of people on Twitter that are Naomi Nicole and Naomi Watts believers, and I, for one, will be joining them. You know what? Me too. Aptorian, thank you for the 3 months. Kusa Kusi, thank you for the 27 months. Bossa Nova Babe, thank you for 24 months. Excess Like You, thank you for the 18 months. Dav, thank you for the 2 months. I got pulled over by 4 cops, a state trooper, and they had a helicopter on the way because I was leaving a friend's house that was close to some drug dealer's house, and I was speeding. They tried charging me with evading the police, got nerve damage in my hand for a bit from the cuffs, and spent the night in the county lockup. They let me go with no bail because they knew they fucked up. Did you at least fall in love? Were those blue lights shining in someone's eyes and you were gone before they even let you go? Also, that's fucking crazy. But did you see the freedom in that? Did you feel free when they abused you and locked you up? Did you feel free? I have to say I was quite enamored. See? That's how you feel true freedom, brother. It'd be so sweet if we'll sing this to you on your next birthday party. And that's when I pull out my shotgun. No, there's no. You left a comment on it trying to balance out the scales. Gonna be my favorite song of all time. So happy Carolyn Kwan introduced it to me. I'm down. Downvote his ass. Downvote him. God, I just don't understand this world. I just don't get it. I just don't understand this world. 2025, ladies, do you have any man who wants you this much? I know I do, but I'm so very sick. Like, what? No, every time I refresh, this fucking song starts playing again. You guys, 10 likes. This is going to end up becoming one of the top comments. This is going to. Okay. You know what? Do I think these people listen to the lyrics or they hear the guitar go twang? All of it. All of it. I think people listen to the lyrics and they're like, damn, I have never. Finally, someone expressed how I feel and haven't been able to express it myself. Finally. Okay, you're welcome. You're welcome for introducing you. You're welcome. You're welcome. Do you think people are like this for the internet and people just didn't know it? I feel like we're cooked. Yes, I do. But I also think the internet just really puts it fully on display. And also, I do think I do think there is a special level of like cooked because of the internet. Time to listen to Bo Burnham. Oh,
any big fans of country music out there?
this is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, some people extending my name. Boo. That's also approval. I think country music gets a bad rep. You know, why is it that when Bruce Springsteen sings about a fucking turnpike, it is art, and then when someone sings about a horse, it's dumb inherently? I don't think.
It's
I think some of the
dumb
greatest
inherently.
songwriters of all time are country artists, Dolly Parton, Willie Nelson, you know? And if you're writing honestly, that is art, and I would never bash that. The problem is, with a lot of modern country music, what is called stadium country music, the sort of Keith Urban brand of country music, is
Let's
that
crank
it is
this
not
even more.
honest.
Wait,
It
did
is
he
the-
just wait? I forgot he specifically mentions Keith Urban. Oh my God, I forgot.
Keith Urban brand of country music is that it is not honest. It is the exact opposite of honest. Where instead of people actually telling their stories, you got a bunch of millionaire metrosexuals who've never done a hard day's work in their lives, but they figured out the words and the phrases they can use to pander to their audience, and they list the same words and phrases off sort of Mad Lib style in every song, raking in millions of dollars from actual working class people. You know the words, you know the phrases like a dirt road, a cold beer, a blue jeans, a red pickup, a rural noun, simple adjective. No shoes, no shirt, no Jews, you didn't hear that. Sort of a mental typo. I walk and talk like a field hand, but the boots I'm wearing cost $3,000. I write songs about riding tractors.
Okay, I just have to say it puts into even more perspective all of this taken and, you know, taking all the context of like them being on that farm in Nashville. You know what I mean? Like trying to kind of cosplay this whole world that Bo Burnham is ripping apart in his
From the comfort of a private jet, I could sing in Mandarin. You'd still know I'm pandering. Hunting deer, chasing trout. A Bud Light with the logo facing out. Hear that subtle mandolin? That's textbook pandering. I own a private ranch that I rarely use. I don't like dirt. One verse, one chorus in the bag. Now it's time to talk to the ladies. I'm hoping my southern charm offsets all these rapey vibes I'm putting out. Good girl in a straw hat with her arms out in a cornfield. That is a scarecrow. Thought it was a human woman. Sorry. A cold night.
A cold beer.
A cold jeans.
Strike that last one.
I'm whacking you. I hope you're feeling me. Subtextually, we go to bed, you doze off. So I take your country girl clothes off. I put my hands on your body. It feels like, hey, it's a fucking scarecrow again. I might be Mandarin. Fuck your ears, I'm pandering. I write songs for the people who do jobs in the towns that I'd never
never
move
moved to.
Legalize gerrymandering. Tolerate my pandering. You got a beautiful mouth, I got a beautiful. Y'all dumb motherfuckers want a key change. Thematically meandering, emphatically pandering. I've got a tight grip on my demo's balls. Say the word truck, they jizz in their overalls. You don't know what land you're in. I'm in the land of pandering. And I'll be up front. I do what I do because I'm a total fucking country boy.
I have to say, every time I watch this, Bo Burnham is like, he's like so sexy in this. Like, I always had a crush on Bo Burnham because I, like, when I was in high school and I discovered him, I thought he was so cute. But like, there's something about this. I think the wind, the whole thing. I'm like, why is he sexy in this? Oh my God. Premier Crumney, thank you for the prime crumpets. Thank you for the gifted. Yeah, I mean, he even has the Keith Urban fucking weird grinding on the mic at the end. The whole thing too with like rich people loving to cosplay like working class poor. There is this group of people I know in LA. They're like super wealthy, like live in oh my God, why am I blanking on where the Kardashians live? That area out there, like $20 million homes. And they love to cosplay country. They love to like take private jets to Nashville. They go to Calabasas. Yes. They go to Stagecoach every year and like spend thousands of dollars on this aesthetic. And it's so fucking fake. Look, there's nothing wrong with like liking country music, putting on a cowboy hat, all that. But there's a particular like rich person aesthetic, rich person country aesthetic. Nashville's like the least country city in the South. It's like hillbilly Vegas. And it's exactly what Bo Burnham is skewering this song. And I swear to God too, like they'll have like country accents. I'm like, what is this? What? What's this accent? That's not your voice. The extra level that his relationship with Phoebe Bridgers was exposed by a video of Nicole and Keith. Oh my God. How could I forget? How could I forget a picture of Nicole, a video of Nicole and Keith at Taylor Swift's concert exposing Bo Burnham's relationship with Phoebe Bridgers. It all comes full circle. I spent a day in a neighborhood out there and all the ranches felt like movie sets. Like there were some staff, some token animals, but everything felt too clean to be real. It's like people who say that they're country because they go to Stagecoach and they watch, they go to Stagecoach and they watch Yellowstone and they're like, I'm country as fuck. They're like, my favorite show is Yellowstone, and I spend thousands of dollars to go to Stagecoach every year. We have these in the Deep South too. Plant managers that move from Seattle and live in giant homes that would cost $4 million on the coast love to LARP with lifted trucks and 4K ostrich skin boots. Oh. LARPing. There you go. I like calling it LARPing better than cosplay. LARPing is the perfect way to describe it. There is a general theme of rich people cosplaying working class people, not just country. Oh, no, for sure. I mean, this is like when celebrities will go, when celebrities will be like, yeah, I went to Walmart to like work there. Isn't this so funny? Look at me, a TikTok star with 20 million followers, like bagging groceries at Walmart. And buy 4 a day, like as long as it takes to get a video. You're so one of us. Like Lana Del Rey and Waffle House, but also Lana Del Rey did that. We covered this recently with the Ethel Cain and Lana Del Rey beef. She also did that to try and spite Ethel Cain. Like that was definitely like a weird drama thing. I love shopping at the Walmart. Even Marie Antoinette had her own farm to LARP being poor. Let them eat cake. Yeah. So anyway, Team Nicole all the way. Team Nicole. I still can't believe Cop Car. I can't believe this song. Also, this video is just, everything about this is so bad. When this started, I thought it was like a fan edit. I thought that just somebody made this video on their own. And then I read that it says official music video. The comments are blowing up. God damn it. God damn it. I need a man to love me this much in the back of a cop car that isn't a cop. Caroline Kwan from Women brought me here. Thank you, noted pop country fan Caroline Kwan, for introducing me to this masterpiece. Almost hard to believe he's Australian. Why does he have a Karen haircut? Oh, wow, I hate it. Thank you. This might be the only comment that says I hate it. They trained the AI on this. They trained the AI on this one. This is my favorite song. Oh, no. I love watching Caroline Kwan on Twitch and learning about amazing tunes like this one. W streamer, hell yeah, brother. Oh my God. Yeah, you're welcome, guys. This is the type of pop culture exploration that I love to dive into. Because look, there might be a lot of music out there, but who cares about that? Because the only song that matters is Cop Car by Keith Urban. That's the only song you need. It's the greatest song of all time. So if there's one thing that I want you to take away from all that pop culture has to offer, it's this. Okay, it's sonically a masterpiece. It will take you to a place that you've never been before. These are now the top comments. Girl, I'm from Texas. I knew this song, unfortunately. Oh, good God. Oh, Lordy. You know, it's kind of like when you see something on the internet and it'll be like pop bass. It's like these two people just got engaged. I'm like, who the fuck are these people? I go, wow, there's a whole internet out there. I'm not a part of. There's a whole world out there that I simply have not, I have not existed in. A whole world out there of people who just rock this shit, crank that shit up, crank it up. And they're like, yeah, he's the GOAT. This is it. This is living. Okay. All right. I have so much more to talk about. And I'm an hour and a half in. And I'm still talking about Keith Urban. Oh, boy. Fuck you, Keith Urban. Whoa. Oh, yeah, she said it. Okay. All right, here we go. Seriously, though. Last one before you move on. Somehow heartbreak feels good in a place like this. I wonder how many people the next time they go to AMC and they see Nicole's face come on. I wonder how many tears will be silently falling down people's faces in the theater. I know mine will. I know I'll be throwing up the salute. I will. The last time I went to AMC, the Nicole ad comes on, and this guy in the front row, he was like 60. He was sitting by himself, front row. He stands up. Like, not even as a bit. Okay. Not even as a bit. And I'm watching him. I was like, what is he? I turned to Will. I was like, what is he doing? And Will's like, I think he's standing up for the Nicole ad. I think he's standing up. And he stood up the whole time and just stared up into her face, front row, giant screen, the whole time. And I think at one point, like, maybe put his hand over his heart or something, but totally serious. Totally serious. And then as soon as it was done, he sat back down. Why weren't you standing? Okay, well, I'll be standing next time. Okay, I will be standing next time, hand over my heart, throwing up the salute, tears, shedding tears. I know. It's because because he was standing up and I was like looking at him standing up, looking at Nicole. I can't believe wait, how fucking funny would it have been? How fucking funny would it have been if he left after that? If he didn't even stay for the movie. Like, he bought a ticket. He bought a ticket just to sit in the theater and watch Nicole Kidman say, heartbreak feels good in a place like this. And then as soon as it was done, he left. And he then went to the next screening. He went to the next theater so he could watch it again. Oh my God. No, I'm going to throw up the Hunger Games. I'm going to throw this up. When Nicole, the next time I go to the theater, probably to see one battle after another. Do, 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 do. And that'll be it. A buddy of mine has a shirt with the entire AMC Nicole speech on it. He wears it every time we go to the movies. I'm not sure if it's memes or religion at this point. You know, I feel that though. I need that shirt. Did he cheat on Nicole? I am very willing. Like, I know we're getting into like tea and just, saying whatever. I'm willing to think that that's what happened. Like, I just have to believe. I have to believe with everything, taking everything into consideration that, the timeline not looking good. Okay, before we move on, just in honor.
Come to this place for magic. We come to AMC theaters to laugh,
All rise.
to cry, to care. Because we need that, all of us. That indescribable feeling we get when the lights begin to dim. And we go somewhere we've never been before. Not just entertained, but somehow reborn. Together. Dazzling images on a huge silver screen. Sound that I can feel. Somehow, heartbreak feels good in a place like this. Our heroes feel like the best part of us. And stories feel perfect and powerful. Because here, they are. AMC Theaters. We make movies better.
Okay, somehow in the million times that I've seen that, I completely forget that it's Gal Gadot as Wonder Woman. Can we change it up? Like, really, of all the little moments to have in the ad, we have Gal Gadot's Wonder Woman. Can I request a change? Can I request a change, please? Duke Ranger Mac, thank you for the 25 months. All right, okay, we'll move on to the next thing because I got lots more to talk about. I was not standing for Gal Gadot. Wait, there's a second one. They did change it up, so maybe that's why. Wait.
We come to this place to laugh, to cry,
How to stand up again?
to care.
Obviously.
That indescribable feeling when the lights begin to
All
dim.
rise again.
Dazzling images on a huge silver screen. Beautiful music soaring through me. And we go somewhere we've never been before. That's magic.
Oh, right. She adds the
AMC
headline.
theaters.
Oh, right,
We
right,
make movies
right.
better.
Oh, my God. I have to say, though, because the first one, though, Heartbreak feels good in a place like this. Heartbreak, this just, oh, come on. That was improvised, baby. Okay. The first one does hit harder. It does, unfortunately, even though it's a clip of Gal Gadot as Wonder Woman. They have a third one in theaters now that runs for like 7 seconds. It's fucking terrible. Here's what I'm going to suggest. I think we need an hour. Okay, how about this? Instead of the commercials and trailers and everything that plays beforehand, the entire time it's just Nicole Kidman. It's just Nicole Kidman and all the outtakes, like every single version of it, just the whole time. Yeah, or her narrating every trailer. That would be so iconic. That'd be so good. Okay, what is this? Wait, this is... Cuomo released an AI slop TV ad. Oh my God. Okay. Also, bye, Eric Adams. See ya.
And I could pretend to do a lot of jobs, but I know what I know, and I know what I don't know. And I do know how to make government work. I'll hire 5,000 new cops to partner with local community groups and keep our families safe. And we'll get the homeless off the streets and into the help they desperately need. There are a lot of jobs I can't do, but I'm ready to be your mayor on day one. Cuomo. And I could...
This is one of the worst fucking things I've ever seen. Please, like... This screenshot right here, it looks like a nuclear bomb has been dropped on him and he's about to incinerate. I hate it here so much. Not only are we in this timeline where Cuomo's still around, okay? Cuomo's still around. He's still, once again, trying to... He's trying to be the mayor. Already lost once, but here he is. But that now AI ads is where we're at in politics. Just the sloppiest AI ads. And then I love that he starts off by saying I could pretend to do a lot of jobs. Oh, like being mayor? Does that count? Is that included in the pretending to do a lot of jobs? Like, everything about this is so bad. It's so bad. The first thing that he says, I'm going to add 5,000 more cops. Like, that's the first thing. The stilted reading of the script. Like, this man is so... He's like a void. He's just a void where everything, any bit of charm, any charisma, anything that would make you be like, yeah, I like what he's, it just gets sucked into the void. It's so bad. It's so fucking bad. I can't believe that they put this stuff out. In a city of world-class artists and production crew hunting for the next gig, Andrew Cuomo made a TV ad the same way he wrote his housing policy, with AI. Then again, maybe a fake Cuomo's better than the real one. I think Andrew Cuomo has to have an AI-generated Andrew Cuomo, because an AI-generated Andrew Cuomo is better than the Andrew Cuomo himself. And that is a testament to how soulless and lacking any charisma whatsoever. Like, just who watches this? Who watches this and is like, wow, that's really something. Wait, no, somebody generated him into, have you ever seen this insane AI video? It's like one of the craziest things ever. It makes no sense. It's an AI generated video of a fat woman who has a rock, that's why Andrew Cuomo's holding a rock, and she leaps backwards to shatter the bridge, and then everyone falls and dies. Yeah. Ready? There's a couple of these. There are variations. Let me see if opened Facebook and Reels autoplayed. First reel had 57,000 likes and 12,000 comments. Comments were overwhelmingly impressed. Old people praising a dog. This is the real. I'm not joking. Facebook is dead. Yeah. So not only is this video insane, old people on Facebook were commenting on it being like, that dog's incredible. That dog's amazing. That's a hero dog saving a baby, like thinking that it's real. Oh yeah, it's bad. It's so bad. It's so bad. I don't know what to do about this. Okay, so anyway, that's that video. It's why? I don't know. Why is that? Why is that the video? I don't know. I don't. This political communication was created with the assistance of artificial intelligence, paid for by Cuomo for NYC Inc. What do you even say? What do you even say? Also, peeping Tom, great. Yeah. Well, he's that's what he's all about. That's Cuomo-sexuals. Where's Randy Rainbow? Why isn't Randy Rainbow putting out another Cuomo-sexual? Is he still a Cuomo-sexual? I feel like they're trying to pass this off as original animation. Yeah, I think maybe they think people will just like they see a reel of a lady holding a rock, shattering a bridge, and a dog fishing a child out of the water. And they're like, wow, that's a feel-good story. That's really heroic. And so they think maybe they'll watch this and be like, dang, Look at all these things Andrew Cuomo's doing in this video. Oh, God. Oh, God. He's just a dog. Even if you can convince them it's AI, they just go, well, I still think the dog is cute. Yeah, that's the thing, right? That's the thing. Even when you go, this isn't real, they'll still work it into being, they're like, it doesn't matter. It could be real. It could be real. It still made me feel good. Or if it's something like fake news they fall for and they're like, well, this, what does it mean that this could be real? It's real to me. That's all that matters. That's what it is, right? The it's real to me mentality. So who cares otherwise? It should be real. It should be real. God damn it. It should be real. Taylor released a really interesting. I saw that. We definitely won't get to that today, but at some point. Oh, okay. Here's Zoran's new ad.
You deserve better. You deserve to be able to raise your family here, to be safe, to travel where you need to, free of costs and worry. You deserve someone who works as hard as you do, who thinks about you every second of the day. That's the kind of mayor I promise to be. New York.
The Bachelor!
Will you accept this rose?
Paid for by Zoran for NYC.
You can't even compare. You cannot even compare the quality difference, the vibe difference, the everything difference. And may I remind you, Andrew Cuomo has way more money in his campaign coffers than Zoran does. Andrew Cuomo has billionaires backing him. He has like major Democratic Party politicians backing him. Like he has plenty of money. And the best that they can do is this shit. Not to mention just the difference between the two candidates alone. People were stopping on the street to express their support. The vibes were immaculate for Zoran. Yeah, and it's like, look, I know people are like, oh, Zoran, he said this, blah, 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 blah. Zoran is still leagues better than this piece of shit. This piece of shit who's like, I'm not a sex pest. I'm just Italian. Come on. I do this with everybody. Men, women. Sex pesto. Yeah, so you cook the spaghetti for 10 minutes and then throw that sex pesto on top of it. Throw that sex pesto on top of it. You see the View trying to press
You're running for mayor of New York and not prime minister of Israel, but you've made inflammatory...
and yet, I know you're running for New York City, which is not Israel. And yet, this is the most important question. Honestly, the only question that you need to answer to. The only important thing, the only thing that needs to be considered here, that the people need to know about, that you need to concern yourself with, is Israel, because you are running to be mayor of New York City.
Statements like calling Israel an apartheid state and questioning its
so
right
annoying.
to exist as a Jew.
They're so fucking annoying. They are so annoying. So obnoxious. These people suck.
Jewish state. Just this week, you were evasive with a reporter about condemning Hamas. Given New York has the largest Jewish population.
Oh my God, we're back. We're so back. Not that we ever left. But oh my God, 2 fucking years. 2 years. Do you condom hummus? 2 years into a genocide. asking the mayor, asking someone running to be the mayor of New York City.
Outside of Israel. Why should voters who see this as a moral red line trust your clarity and judgment?
Well, I really appreciate this question, an opportunity to just clear up, I think, a number of misconceptions. First and foremost, you're right. I am running to be the mayor of the city, and this city will be the focus of my administration, ensuring that we make this a city everyone can afford and everyone knows that they belong to.
Okay, but are you immediately going to visit Israel? When are you going to Israel? Are you going to visit Israel? What are you going to do for Israel?
And also, millions of New Yorkers, myself included, care deeply about what's happening in Israel and Palestine. And so to be very, very clear, of course I condemn Hamas. Of course I've called October 7th what it was, which is a horrific war crime.
Oh my
and of
God.
course, my belief in a universality in international law is also the same set of beliefs that have led me to describe what's happening in Gaza as a genocide. Because what we see, what we see is
Honestly, this is the this is because he's running to be mayor. It's the standard of first and foremost condemning Hamas, condemning the violence on October 7th. It's weaving through the bullshit. I know. And look, it's like people have been critical and just Zoran is he was never ever going to be a perfect candidate. Nobody is. Nobody's a perfect person. But this is strategic. This is obviously something that his team are like, this is what has to be done, I guess. And he is still so far and away. It's not even a consideration. It's not even a consideration between him and Cuomo, and then him and pretty much everyone who's in Congress, and then him compared to everyone else in New York too. It's just exhausting. And you know what? I'm fucking sick and tired of The View. I'm sick and tired of the media. I'm sick and tired of this shit.
A war crime being answered with war crimes. And what we see is...
He's playing it smart and clever. He can't go full on. I'm the new Mao Zedong who will bring about communism too. Yeah, and it's him being Muslim too. There's just a lot of... There's just a lot of considerations being a Muslim running for the office that he's running for. Of course they asked him if he was a communist.
Every single hour, the Israeli military killing a Palestinian child for close to 2 years. And it's a horror that many New Yorkers feel so deeply. And my job, I can't stop that as the mayor of the city. I can make clear my own values, my own commitments. And it is a value and a commitment to humanity, to safety, to justice for all people that extends to everyone, Israelis, Palestinians, and everyone else across the world.
And recognizing that people do disagree with you.
Absolutely.
I am one of those people on some of these points.
Absolutely. So. And that you're disagreeing with me.
You know what? No, you don't get to be like, I disagree with you in this, and you're a fucking genocider, okay? Girl, who asked? Who cares? I don't care about you. Who cares about you? What are you running for? Who the fuck are you? Somebody on The View? Who gives a shit?
Doesn't mean that you shouldn't be in this city or you shouldn't be celebrated and part of the city that I'm trying to lead. And I think that's the other part of growing up as a New Yorker, learning that disagreement and difference is part of what it means to be here. And I want to be a mayor, not just for the people who voted for me, not just for the people who agree with me, but every New Yorker. And that means that if a New Yorker disagrees with me about Israel, I'm still fighting for them to make sure that they can afford this city, be safe in this city, and see the city as their home.
Also, that witch is not voting for him anyway. She's voting for Cuomo. She probably wasn't going to vote for him just on the mere fact that he's Muslim. I'm just going to say it, okay? I'm just going to say it. The fact that he's Muslim, already. It's like, no, I'd rather vote for the sex pest. Nope. Because somebody like her, I can say with certainty, is fucking racist. And that's why she's over here like, I'm disagreeing with you over the humanity of Palestinians. Like, that's what it comes down to. She's a racist piece of shit. So I feel sure of the fact that she wouldn't have voted for him in the first place. She's like, ooh, a Muslim in this country? I don't think so. I don't think so. Ugh. Anyone that has a problem with this answer is truly in a bubble. He plays the game that he needs to with the condemning and then immediately restates that it is a genocide and what his values are. Yeah, and I think, you know what? He does a really good job always of bringing this back around to like, hey, I am running to be mayor of New York City, which means that I will be fighting for every single New Yorker. Every single New Yorker. And he also is always reaffirming his vehement, calling out of the genocide that is occurring and, you know, the affirming the humanity of Palestinians. Do you know what's just so obnoxious too is how New York is an incredibly diverse city. Incredibly diverse. And yet his Muslim constituents are never considered. It's always like, well, what about Jewish New Yorkers who love Israel? And that is always, that's the only people that and that's why he does a really good job of being like, look, there's a lot of people who live in New York City, very diverse. Black people, white people, Jewish people, Muslim people, Asian people, old, young, gays, like just always bringing it back to, I am running to be mayor of New York City. And that means that I am running to make a better New York City for every person who lives here. Yeah. Her being like, I disagree with you, as if they were disagreeing over like how to handle public transportation versus like him saying, I think everyone deserves dignity. I disagree with you. I actually don't think that every single human being deserves dignity. You know, I disagree. It's the same energy as difference of political opinions. And it's like, oh, we're talking about people's humanity. Okay. Okay. What about Jewish New Yorkers? Yeah, they're perfectly welcome here. I mean, what kind of question is that? It's grotesque.
You've become the new.
It's so gross, and it just continues to try and it's a continuation of just always trying to steer the conversation to be about, oh, but poor Israel. Oh, but what about Jewish people in your city? Which again is also assuming every single Jewish person is Zionist, is pro-Israel. I have plenty of Jewish friends in New York who are anti-Zionist. They have been volunteering on Zohran Mamdani's campaign, but that's what it is too. It's the same of like, oh, well, all Jewish people support Israel, obviously. So that's why they're always like, what about your Jewish constituents? What about your Jewish constituents? Because they're never going to specify and be like, what about your Zionist constituents? What about people in New York City who support Israel, who believe that Israel must be allowed to continue doing what they're doing? And then why are feelings more valuable than lives? Yep. Gotta consider someone's fifis who lives in New York City, well away from what is happening in Gaza and in the West Bank. You know? What about this person's fifis? That's what's most important. Rather than all the human lives that are being snuffed out, let's consider these feelings of people who aren't even there. Jathbrisk, thank you for the 2 months. Easy, thank you for the 21 months. Alan Jazira, thank you for the prom. Dank, thank you for the bits. Zacharot, thank you for the 2 months. Krampus, thank you for the prime. Gino, thank you for the tier 1. Oh, fuck The View. I'm so... just fuck it.
Poster child in some ways for the GOP. Donald Trump's obviously excited for you to be in the race. Even members of your own party, like Leader Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries, both New Yorkers, have been reluctant to endorse you. Kamala Harris gave what I would call sort of a tepid endorsement. Why do you think members of your own party have been hesitant to embrace you at this juncture?
The governor of New York, though, endorsed.
Because they're ops!
She did. And what I would say is that Donald Trump is going through the stages of grief. First, it was denial. And he was trying to do everything he could. He was looking at polling. He was calling Cuomo. He was publicly speaking about how he wanted to narrow this race. And he's gotten his first win.
I said your name right. I don't even remember how I said it. Now I'm like, Gino.
She's gotten Eric Adams out of this race.
Geno.
But now he's going through acceptance. And what I've been really excited by is the endorsements, like you said, Sonny, from not only Governor Hochul, not only from Majority Leader of the State Senate Andrea Stewart-Cousins, Assembly Speaker Carl Hastie, Attorney General Tish James that we were just speaking about, but also the fact that I wouldn't be sitting here with you if it was endorsements that made all of the difference. It was.
God, he has so much patience. He just, every interview I see of him, he always has this, he's always positive. He is so endlessly patient. See, you know what? It's like, I couldn't run for office. Honestly, I could not, because I would just be a fucking bitch all the time. I would just, and I know that this is not the only way, the Zoran, like, unshakable, endlessly patient, super positive. I know it's not the only way, but obviously this has been so effective for him in this race. And it's how he went from, you know, he went from like pretty much a nobody, a long shot, to he's going to be the fucking mayor. I would just lose my shit.
But Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries are trying to win the midterms, win back the House and the Senate for Democrats. So why specifically do you think they're hesitant to endorse you?
You know, I can't speak to their thoughts and their interest in this. What I can tell you, however, is that what we have built in this city.
I'd be like, because they're the fucking opposition, just like you piece of shit. And then flip my hair.
Is also an indication of what politics can be. You know, oftentimes after the November general election, we heard that young people were leaving the Democratic Party. They were getting disinterested in politics. And we built a campaign where we said, what if we treated them with respect and not condescension? What if we asked them what they needed in the city? We made the top 3 highest performing age groups all under the age of 35. That's something that we haven't seen in the city before. That needs to be at the heart of our politics across the country. Thank you. Thank you.
He's just a smile, and he's just got his answers down. He's got his answers down. He's really good at it. He is. It's very good. I would just snap all the time. Okay. He's amazing at bringing it right back to the core issues of his campaign. He is. He's on his P's and Q's. He is so focused. Just never gets tripped up. Over 60% of New Yorkers want Jeffries and Schumer out of office. Who gives a fuck if they're not endorsing Zoran? Why would you want Jeffries out of office? How else are we going to get sternly worded letters? You think someone else can come in and write a sternly worded letter and do nothing else? You think someone can do better than Jeffries? Zoran winning the Dem primary is almost exactly how I would have seen Bernie winning the 2016 or 2020 primary. If Bernie won, the establishment would do the same thing. Wary to endorse, trying to spoil his campaign, being closed behind closed doors even more so than they actively did both times he ran. I was about to be like, nah, I mean, they did that. But yeah, if he somehow had still won the primary, they would have been doing everything possible to oppose. Cutie McBitty, thank you for the gifted. Mia, thank you for the prime. Helium Tree, thank you for the prime. He also said, say it to my face after Trump paraded a Trump 2028 hat in front of him and he didn't do shit. No, he's so tough. So tough. Okay, next story. This is a follow-up to when we covered this a couple days ago. Emma Watson went on Jay Shetty's podcast, and this is like the first time that she's really spoken publicly and openly just about her retirement from acting, what it was like, talking Harry Potter and they had a really long conversation. And the one part in particular that was reported on heavily and now has resulted in J.K. Rowling continuing to show the world what a piece of shit she is, was when Emma Watson talked about everything that happened with J.K. Rowling. And ultimately, she was like, I still treasure Jo. She called her Jo. She's like, I still treasure her and like the memories I have. I was a young girl when I met her and she meant a lot to me. And it was like Emma Watson was like giving grace to J.K. Rowling and basically being like, I still care about her and she still means something to me. And J.K. Rowling responded to that. J.K. Rowling responded to that with a couple of reposts on Twitter that were mocking Emma Watson. And then she posted this very lengthy tweet. Very, very lengthy tweet. Let me scroll down and find it. Not that one. Okay. I have so many things bookmarked. Here we go. And before I read this tweet, just a reminder that this is why you cannot negotiate with bigots. You cannot try to have this expectation that if you extend grace to transphobes like J.K. Rowling, that grace will be extended back, that like there's any purpose in doing this, because you give them an inch and they take the whole mile, in that their purpose is always going to be ensuring that their hateful beliefs is what wins out. So J.K. Rowling doesn't give a flying fuck that Emma Watson was being nice about her on this podcast with Jay Shetty, that Emma Watson was kind of like extending an olive branch to be like, I still care about you, even though we obviously disagree on this. J.K. Rowling only further sunk her claws into the hate that has blackened her soul, also the mold, because that is what people like this ultimately are. And this is why, at the end of the day, we don't negotiate with terrorists. Okay? If you think that a display of kindness like this is going to mean something to someone who is so warped by her hatred for trans people, then I'm sorry to tell you that you will be sorely disappointed. So here's what J.K. Rowling tweeted. I'm seeing quite a bit of comment about this, so I want to make a couple of points. I'm not owed eternal agreement from any actor who once played a character I created. Okay, you could have just ended it there. You could have ended it there because the actors who played the characters you've created, they don't talk shit about you. They have disagreed with you. They have firmly disagreed with you publicly by stating things like trans women are women, trans people are human beings and deserving of rights. Like they have clearly countered the comments and the things you've done, but they are not like Emma Watson, Rupert Grint, Daniel Radcliffe, but especially Emma. They have not come out and been like, fuck you, J.K. Rowling. It's not they don't really talk about her. But because they are standing up, they have stood up for trans rights, for trans lives, J.K. Rowling takes that personally. She takes that personally as an attack on her. As it's a personal affront to her because she's so crazy in her hatred of trans people. So the fact that she starts off and says, I'm not owed eternal agreement from any actor who once played a character I created. Actually, I think you do feel that way. And I think that's why you got so mad. I think you got so pissed off and said you won't forgive Daniel Radcliffe and Emma Watson for their stance on trans people. She had said celebs who cheer on the transitioning of minors can save their apologies. Okay. The idea is as ludicrous as me checking with the boss I had when I was 21 for what opinions I should hold these days. Emma Watson and her co-stars have every right to embrace gender identity ideology. Such beliefs are legally protected, and I wouldn't want to see any of them threatened with loss of work or violence or death because of them. Why do I feel like by saying that she's actually being like, I would love to see them threatened with loss of work, violence, and death? However, Emma and Dan in particular have both made it clear over the last few years that they think our former professional association gives them a particular right, nay, obligation, to critique me and my views in public. Years after they finished acting in Potter, they continue to assume the role of de facto spokespeople for the world that I created. Okay, so this is funny because basically what she's saying is the only reason they spoke out and said what they said about trans lives and trans people is because they think that they are spokespeople for Harry Potter, which I made, rather than like they said those things because not only do they believe it, but also because the person who did create the roles that they became famous for, that like they have an association with, is one of the biggest public transphobes out there, is the person who is using her billions that she made from creating this world that they, that gave them their careers, all this money that she made to strip liberties from trans people, to like make their lives a living hell. So yeah, I think it makes sense that they would publicly speak out, not just because they also believe those things, that they would stand on that no matter what, but because of the association. And because of the harm that J.K. Rowling has been, has been committing. Her stressing that their beliefs are legally protected makes me think that if she had it her way, no one would have the right to disagree with her. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, continuing on. When you've known people since they were 10 years old, it's hard to shake a certain protectiveness. Until quite recently, I hadn't managed to throw off the memory of children who needed to be gently coaxed through their dialogue in a big, scary film studio. For the past few years, I've repeatedly declined invitations from journalists to comment on Emma specifically, most notably on the witch trials of J.K. Rowling. Really? Because you've been doing a lot of fuck-ass shit on the side. J.K. Rowling is the queen of passive aggressiveness. Maybe she has not specifically been like, Emma Watson's a bitch, but she sure has made it known that she does not fuck with them. She said that she insinuated she won't forgive them because of what they said. So now she's trying to act like I've been the bigger person here. I have been asked 1 million times by journalists to comment on Emma Watson, and I have said nothing. It's like, really, J.K. Rowling? Because we see all your we see all your subtweets, we see your retweets, we see your comments that you make that clearly are about Emma and the others. You think you're the bigger person here? That's crazy. That's so crazy. You narcissistic fuck. I told the producers that I didn't want her, Emma Watson, to be hounded as the result of anything I said. The television presenter in the attached clip highlights Emma's all witches speech, and in truth, that was a turning point for me. But it had a postscript that hurt far more than the speech itself. Here's
signs
the
too
moment.
that things are shifting. When you see the media starting to say trans women are men, then I think we really are winning. But Emma Watson.
Oh wait, no, this isn't it. Let me get the Emma Watson all witches. Okay, Emma Watson, this was at the BAFTAs. And all she said was, this is what she said, okay? Rebel Wilson introduced her and said, our next presenter is Emma Watson. She's proud to call herself a feminist, but we all know she's a witch. Watson's response when she stood in front of the podium was, I'm here for all of the witches. Literally, that's what she said.
I'm here for all of the witches.
That's it. Which people took to mean that she is here for, right? Like a trans witch is a witch, right? Trans women are women. Trans people deserve, trans people are people. Emma Watson saying, I'm here for all the witches was absolutely a big middle finger to J.K. Rowling. I couldn't love her more for it. So, okay, whatever. That was the line. I'm here for all the witches. So this is what J.K. Rowling is saying was the turning point for her. So how come? Okay, hold on a second. How come Emma Watson, who also has not mentioned J.K. Rowling's name until the interview with Jay Shetty when he asked her about J.K., and what she said was, I still treasure Joe. Like, she basically was like, I am conflicted because on the one hand, I obviously don't agree with what she says and what she's doing, but I have all of these wonderful memories with her and I love her still and blah, blah, blah. So how come that Emma just says things like, I'm here for all the witches or trans people are people, and J.K. Rowling sees that as an attack on her, and yet she's also going to stand here and be like, I have never said anything about them because to me, they were the children who I had to like help through their dialogue. These were my babies. And I tried to protect them still. and I never comment on them. And I wanted people to leave Emma alone. I didn't want her to be hounded. And it's like, you have been saying shit that so clearly is about them. You are so shady. You're always retweeting bullshit. Do you see what I'm saying? Like the hypocrisy here of her being like, Emma has personally attacked me when she says things like, I'm here for all the witches. And yet I have never personally attacked her. I've just been like subtweeting and shady and all that she does. I've seen someone speculate that she targets Emma so much because she wrote Hermione as a self-insert and hates that people like Emma more than JK. Interesting. I also wonder, too, if it just in general has to do with Emma being the woman of the trio, you know, where JK, because JK Rowling views herself as the actual feminist. Emma Watson, who has outside of her acting work became known for like her activism, for really caring about like feminist causes, you know, always calling herself a feminist. J.K. Rowling in her twisted, moldy brain, J.K. Rowling believes that she's actually the true feminist because she in all of her transphobia believes that she's protecting real women. That's what this is, you know? And so I think it's the Hermione thing, but also I think just Emma being a woman, you know, and the one woman in the trio of the three. And I think JK I think she has a special hatred for her. I think she does. Okay, continuing on in this long ass response. The television presenter in the attached clip highlights Emma's all witches speech, and in truth, that was a turning point for me. But it had a postscript that hurt far more than the speech itself. Emma asked someone to pass on a handwritten note from her to me, which contained the single sentence, "I'm so sorry for what you're going through. She has my phone number." This was back when the death, rape, and torture threats against me were at their peak, at a time when my personal security measures had to be tightened considerably, and I was constantly worried for my family's safety. Emma had just publicly poured more petrol on the flames, yet thought a one-line expression of concern from her would reassure me of her fundamental sympathy and kindness. Oh my God, she is so warped. She's so fucking warped. That Emma, and again, you know what? As I said, I get it's complicated when it's someone that you look at as family, okay? When it's someone that you look at as family and you are on two different sides because of one person's bigotry, and you're trying to like sort through a lot of complicated things. But this is a reminder that in continuing to try and offer someone grace and be like, hey, you know, like trying to be the bigger person, be compassionate and considerate as Emma Watson has tried, that can be just spit back in your face. And J.K. Rowling is like queen transphobe. She is, I don't even like to use the word queen. She is, this is not just your aunt at the dining table on Thanksgiving. This is somebody who is a billionaire who uses her fame, her considerable wealth, her influence, her power to harm trans people. So it's not just your transphobic aunt or mom or dad or whoever else in your family that is, you know, that is causing harm to you as an individual. This is someone who's causing harm to a lot of people. And because she's so wealthy, she's using that to bankroll, to literally bankroll transphobia into legislation, anti-trans legislation. she also acts like trans people don't get all those types of threats and that we don't. I know. It's like, oh, I'm so sorry. You've gotten death, rape, and torture threats, you say, because of your transphobia. Do you consider what you have wrought on to the trans community of what trans people deal with on a daily basis? On like, it's not just threats. It's not just threats. It's actual concrete harm. And then also maybe just don't be a fucking transphobic bitch. Don't be a transphobe. Stop it. Stop. Enough. Okay, continuing on. Like other people who have never experienced adult life uncushioned by wealth and fame, Emma has so little experience of real life that she is ignorant of how ignorant she is. Gross. She'll never need a homeless shelter. She's never going... it's the same fucking blindness that I see with Zionists who like say that letter recently that that Zionists in Hollywood, like Debbie Messing signed, where they're so mad that a bunch of famous people took a pledge to boycott Israeli film institutions that are complicit in the genocide. And they're like, wow, what about our shared humanity? What about like, why are we being collectively punished? It's like, how do you not recognize that that is what's happening to the Palestinian people? That you support these things that are being done to the people of Palestine in the same way that J.K. Rowling now is so blinded in this quest of ensuring that trans people can't exist. She's so warped by this hatred that she's saying things like, Emma will never need a homeless shelter. Emma is never going to have to experience. Can you not apply that to the experience that a lot of trans people have, what their day-to-day lives are? Do you not think that there are not trans people in shelters, that there are not trans people who are experiencing crushing difficulties in being alive? It's because same thing as Zionists towards Palestinians, it's a lack of seeing people as human beings. It is, no, I simply can never consider that because I do not consider you to be a full human being. I don't. When you do not view a group of people as humans deserving of rights, then you will never consider you will never consider this hypocrisy. You will never consider like, oh, hey, maybe that applies to this group of people who I'm actively trying to oppress. That there's no there's no awareness here. There's no awareness. And that's how you know that someone like J.K. Rowling truly operates by just dehumanizing, and in that dehumanizing also paints herself as the victim. She dehumanizes an entire community of people, entire group of people, and then is also like, I am the victim. TERFs like Rowling legit believe that trans people have outsized influence and power in society. It's absurd. Right. Just like, oh, Free Palestine is now trendy. It's now trendy in Hollywood that the Palestine people have all the power now. It's like, I wish. JK also completely ignores that Emma was harassed. Yes. Okay. That's a point I wanted to make too. So it is fucking gross for JK Rowling to be like, let me finish this paragraph and then I'll make this point. Okay. Emma will never need a homeless shelter. She's never going to be placed on a mixed sex public hospital ward. I'll be astounded if she's been in a high street changing room since childhood. Her public bathroom is single occupancy and comes with a security man standing guard against outside the door. Has she had to strip off in a newly mixed sex changing room at a crisis center that refuses to guarantee an all-female service to find herself sharing a prison cell with a male rapist who's identified into the women's prison? Okay, so couple things. Emma Watson, when she was about to turn 18, there was a countdown for it, just like there are for a lot of teenage girls in Hollywood, where there's a countdown to them turning 18 and therefore being legal. Same thing that happened with Millie Bobby Brown. This is a commonality. It's fucking disgusting, where young girls who become famous young, there is a countdown to them reaching legal age. Also with Emma Watson, she had to deal with paparazzi. They would slide under bathroom stalls, try to take pictures of her up her skirt, like literally lying on the ground to take pics up her skirt. Sorry, not I shouldn't say specifically bathroom stalls, but like, yes, they would lie on the ground to try and get shots up her skirt. So Emma has certainly dealt with a lot of trauma and abuses, and just being a young girl in a very exploitative industry is going to bring it's going to bring so many issues to that person. Just what they have to deal with. Emma is retired from acting. Like in that in the interview that she had with Jay Shetty, she was talking a lot about mental health and just like how she had to navigate so much and yada yada. So it's really fucked up for J.K. Rowling to act as if Emma Watson, a person who became famous when she was a child, who was just thrown into the entertainment industry, which has a long history of exploiting women, exploiting children, exploiting vulnerable people. And then J.K. Rowling's going to act as if everything was all fine and dandy for Emma Watson, that she never had to deal with anything. She doesn't know. She has no idea, blah, 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 blah. Okay, the other thing is this paragraph and the clear anger that J.K. Rowling is exhibiting, something that I think is at the root of a lot of women who are, cis women who are transphobic, is I think it is the trauma that cisgender men have committed towards them. I think it is when misandry can reach this point of not like being anti-men, but it can warp into this transphobia as a result of harms that cis men cause in this world. No, it's not an excuse. I'm not saying it's an excuse. It's something, though, that I have seen repeatedly where it's like, so I hear through the words you are saying, whether it's J.K. Rowling or other women that I have heard, speak similarly, express, be transphobic. And what it seems to be, I mean, I'm not saying this is just entirely it. But it does seem to be this harm and trauma from being a woman in this world who has been exploited and abused by cisgender men, but rather than recognize that, it turns into this hatred and therefore this quest for vengeance by going after trans people. And with J.K. Rowling, who will specifically too, even though the legislation that she is backing hurts all trans people, she talks a lot about trans women who she and transphobes will just say are men, right? Trans women to transphobes are men. That's what they say. And so they unleash all of their everything and have this belief that they are like protecting women and standing up for women's rights by making sure that men can't be in women's prisons, or that men can't be in women's bathrooms. Like that's kind of just trying to unwrap this transphobia here. I mean, it is truly something. It's truly something that rots your brain and your soul and your heart, because it's just hatred. And a lot of times it's just, and it's not an excuse. I'm trying to explain. It's completely misplaced hatred, and it is like blaming the wrong people. It is taking out on the wrong people, because trans people do not have institutional power. Trans people do not have societal power. And so they are vulnerable, and it is easy to scapegoat the trans community and to go after them and to feel like you are doing something. Trauma is definitely linked to TERF's identity. A friend of mine has a trans sister. When she was harassed at a bar, their mom said, "I thought you wanted to be a girl." And it's like, look, the reason that it's never an excuse is because we all have trauma. We all have trauma. I'm a woman in this world. I have been sexually assaulted. I have been sexually harassed. I have been abused. I have to deal with so much shit on a daily basis. And yet I know enough. I have enough compassion, awareness, understanding, etc., to not turn around and go, you know what? Trans people, that's my enemy. And that is who I'm going to spend all my time and energy going after, because that's going to fix things, or that's going to be like, I'm going to be able to get justice for myself and for other women and other abused people in this world by like going after a community of people who are such a, first of all, small percentage of the population, and yet I have an outsized amount of hate in my heart for them. And especially when trans people are disproportionately harmed, it's like, man, trans people are also victims of sexual violence. In fact, disproportionately, because they're so vulnerable, because they are on the, on the fringes of a society that doesn't give a shit about them. So, especially, black trans people, sex workers, like you just start adding in these extra layers of who is disproportionately harmed in our society. And it's like, I'm sorry, J.K. Rowling, but you, yes, you are a woman in this world, but you are white. You are a billionaire. You have enormous privileges. It doesn't mean that you haven't had hardships. It doesn't mean that you have not been the victim of abuse, but you still are enormously privileged. And the people that you are harming every single day, that you will not stop in this sick quest of yours, are so significantly less privileged than you are. Yes, she's a billionaire. Yes. She just needs to shut the fuck up. Unfortunately, though, it's not just shutting the fuck up, because it's not just words. It's not just that J.K. Rowling, as I said, J.K. Rowling is not just your awful aunt in your family who's like, well, trans people, I don't get it. J.K. Rowling, because she's a billionaire, because she is famous, because she just has a lot of power, is able to actively cause harm, material harm, and not just like say not just like say hurtful things to the trans people in her family. She is bankrolling political organizations. She is bankrolling, using her name to get legislation passed. So, yes, would love for J.K. Rowling to shut the fuck up, but also would love for J.K. Rowling to stop using her enormous resources to cause material harm. To cause material harm to people who are very vulnerable and just to begin with, and are simply just trying to exist. And that existence is made all the harder because of people like J.K. Rowling. It's a persecution complex despite being like more powerful than any other subgroup than male billionaires. Right. It's your woman identity does not overshadow then everything else. It does not mean that you being white, you being a billionaire, you being, having a lot of influence is not a part of things here. But I think that's how she views it. Like she really does view herself as the ultimate victim. Okay, unfortunately this shit is still not done, so let me finish reading it. I wasn't a multimillionaire at 14. I lived in poverty while writing the book that made Emma famous. Okay. Can we talk about real issues? Nobody cares about J.K. Rowling. Don't give her attention she doesn't deserve. I don't know if you didn't listen to me for the last 15 minutes, but these are real issues. People do care about J.K. Rowling. The reason that she gets attention is because she is a billionaire who is actively funding legislation that is passing and that is stripping trans people of their liberties. This is not some random person on the internet who I'm like, can you believe this piece of shit? This is a billionaire who has endless resources and is using those resources, is using that power to harm people actively. So this is this is important. Like this is also a broader conversation. It started off with Emma Watson going on that podcast and talking about J.K. Rowling, and then it's rolled into this. And so I will tell you what I tell people who don't understand, that you might look at this and think like, this is just celebrity news. You might go, this is just pop culture. Who cares? If you don't see the ties that this has to what is our entire world, what affects people on a daily basis, that this intersects, that what's happening in these like celebrity and pop culture worlds does not exist in a vacuum and does not have it does not have an effect on the real world. One reason too that I will often approach issues through this lens is because this is how a lot of people can understand things, and this is how they form their opinions, and this is how they get they get news. This is how they come to believe the things they do. So J.K. Rowling has been influencing a lot of normies, a lot of normal people, because she is such a big pop culture figure, because she has a lot of followers. And so they're not reading books. They're not like learning about trans people from, non-pop culture sources of information. They're learning it from somebody like J.K. Rowling. They are forming their opinions, which then is affecting like their political, right? Like these are their political beliefs. Who they may be voting for, if they when they go to the polls, who they're voting for. This is because of the influence of someone like JK. Okay, so back to her saying I wasn't a multimillionaire at 14. So this is a funny thing that she's done her entire life. So the story goes that everyone, for the most part, if you were a Harry Potter fan, if you just know anything about J.K. Rowling's life, that she was a broke single mother who was writing Harry Potter on napkins. And then it's a rags to riches story. And then she wrote one of the most successful books series of all times and became a billionaire. Like truly a rags to riches story. Okay. Yes, J.K. Rowling was broke. It was because she got divorced and because she had to go out and find a job and was struggling to find a job. And like, that's not something that I scoff at. I'm not like, oh, haha, wow, I'm sure it was hard. That's a lot of single mothers' realities is suddenly they find themselves without an income, right? No financial stability, and they have young children that they're raising, that they're responsible for, and they have to try and find work. And it is it is the reality for a lot of people. But JK like gets kind of, she's being tricky with her wording here. She did not grow up in poverty. She was not born poor. She was middle class. JK Rowling was middle class. So she's trying to do the whole like, I wasn't a multimillionaire at 14. And then going into this, like segueing into I lived in poverty while writing the book that made Emma famous. She's making it sound like she was poor her entire life. No, she was raised middle class. It was when she was an adult, after she got divorced, she was a single mom. She was, having to go out and find work and raise her baby. And she does this thing that a lot of rich people love to do, which is to forever wealthy people who kind of love to LARP as having been poor. I'm not saying that she was doing this here. I am saying she's making it sound like she was born poor, that she was born into like dirt. But wealthy people LARPing being poor, or I don't know, kind of like romanticizing it. It's a way of like, I'm just like you. Yeah. So she's trying to claim plausible deniability. See, for example, how many people don't realize her first transphobic essay was violently anti-trans men. Yeah. This is also part of her being like, I'm a victim. I was poor, and look at everything look at all these things I did. And this Emma Watson will never know. And yet she has the fucking nerve to act as if she knows better than me. It's just more of the victim complex. Correct. The whole story about how she wrote Harry Potter on napkins is horseshit hyperbole. She is rarely admitted to. She wrote down some ideas while drinking tea in some cafes, but was otherwise typing out the manuscript at home exactly how you'd expect. Yes. JK has made it sound like she was like truly living on the streets and would sit at cafes, couldn't afford anything, and would use the napkins at cafes and scribbled out the entire Harry Potter story. It has absolutely been exaggerated. And again, I don't want to take away from like the difficult realities of being a single mother and having to try and find work in a world that rejects rejects women who have children, especially if they're single, if they don't have, if they don't have a partner. But I think she does this too because it gives her a shield, because she uses this as part of her victim complex, that she's like, I'm perpetually persecuted. I'm perpetually persecuted. And she's trying to compare herself to Emma Watson and be like, Emma was a millionaire at 14 and I was poor when I was writing Harry Potter as an adult, though. As an adult, you're being tricky here, making it sound like when you were 14, you were living in poverty, while compared to Emma Watson, she had private jets and limos and way more money than you ever did. Also, if you're middle class, you're not poor, okay? If you're middle class, you're not poor. I therefore understand from my own life experience why what the trashing of women's rights in which Emma has so enthusiastically participated means to women and girls without her privileges. The greatest irony here is that had Emma not decided in her most recent interview to declare that she loves and treasures me, a change of tack I suspect she's adopted because she's noticed full-throated condemnation of me is no longer quite as fashionable as it was. I might never have been this honest. So what she's saying is that it was a trend for people to hate on J.K. Rowling. And now that it's no longer a trend, that Emma's trying to get back in her good graces, but she sees right through it. She sees right through it. Let me just say, if 10,000 people hate J.K. Rowling, I am one of those people. If 100 people hate J.K. Rowling, I'm one of those people. If only one person hates J.K. Rowling, that person is me. If no one hates J.K. Rowling, I am dead. This is not a trend. This is not a, it was a phase where it was cool to hate on me and now it's not. No, plenty of people still despise J.K. Rowling. Unfortunately, when it comes to our political and media classes, when it comes to celebrities, I have not seen the standing up for trans rights that perhaps was more apparent, especially with celebrities. Like, obviously, Democrats, so happy to throw trans people under the bus, line up with Republicans in that regard. But with celebrities, it just, their overall kind of seems to have been a quieting, right? Because we had Me Too, we had Black Lives Matter, we had trans rights or human rights, and it was kind of all wrapped up in just celebrity type activism. And there certainly has seemed to be less of that, which I've talked about when, looking at award shows or all the silence around Palestine. And like, that's why when you have celebrities say something on a red carpet now, it always seems to be more of a surprise than kind of the just overall vibe of whatever, just adding on to what everyone else is saying. Alan Cumming consistently always advocating for trans rights. He stands out more because we just don't see that as much. We don't hear that as much. She can't imagine that people genuinely disagree with her to hear they must just be writing gusts of popular sentiment. Well, it's the same thing as her taking personally people saying trans rights are human rights, especially when those people are the actors who became famous because of the characters that she wrote, because of the world that she wrote. She views that as a personal attack on her. So, of course, she can't imagine people genuinely disagreeing with her and just seeing it as like jumping on a trend, as like, oh, that's just what's popular right now, because J.K. Rowling's soul is so blackened, full of mold. She can't imagine that others aren't like that. She's like, no, everybody's like me. Almost done. The greatest irony here is that had Emma not decided in her most recent interview to declare that she loves and treasures me, a change of tack, I suspect. Oops, sorry, I already read that. Adults can't expect to cozy up to an activist movement that regularly calls for a friend's assassination, then assert their right to the former friend's love, as though the friend was in fact their mother. Emma is rightly free to disagree with me and indeed to discuss her feelings about me in public, but I have the same right, and I have finally decided to exercise it. Oh, really? Finally? Fine. Oh, I'm sorry. Do you, J.K. Rowling, do you not see the other stuff that J.K. Rowling posts? Like, do you black out? You post something and then you black out and you have no idea that you've said something? You never shut the fuck up. You're never not exercising your right to discuss your feelings. Just on top of the bigotry, she is so insufferable because she's in the same camp as comedians who always are crying about cancel culture and being like, I can't say jokes anymore. And they're saying that in their Netflix special, where it's just it's rich people being like, I've been silenced. It's rich, famous people being like, I'm finally going to say what I want to say, and blah, 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 blah. Just truly annoying. So insufferable. Just the worst. She argues with teenagers on Twitter like her life depends on it. I know. Last thing I will say, too. She goes, this activist movement has regularly called for a friend's assassination. Friend being her, okay? She's saying that the trans activist movement is regularly calling for her to be assassinated. I'm calling bullshit on that. There's something I noticed bigots will do, right? I see this with like Brianna Wu. Okay, Brianna Wu, Zionists like Brianna Wu, transphobes like J.K. Rowling. They're always talking about how they just are getting all these death threats and people calling for their assassination. I'm not saying that there's not comments made, because just existing, like you can literally type out, oh, I didn't really care for this movie. You can type those words on the internet and someone will be like, you should kill yourself. Someone would be like, I'm going to kill you. You can post a picture of your dog and someone will be like, I hope your dog dies. I hope you die. I hope your whole family dies. That's the internet, right? That's just kind of bottom line. It's just the standard. And yet I think this is a further, okay. So the reason that I often call bullshit on this is because this gets used as a shield for bigots, for racists, for evil people to be like, I'm the victim here. Look at all these crazies. Like, is this really the movement you want to be a part of? I get rape and death threats, and they make it outsized. It might be a couple DMs, might be a couple comments. You know, you a regular person on the internet who's just minding your own business, you probably get that shit too. But they exaggerate it because they use it as a shield and they use it to further paint themselves as victims. And I know these people are so bad faith. Drew, thank you for the 5. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. These people are so disingenuous and so bad faith to begin with. And so they want any reason to further tarnish like social progress movements, activism, basically the other side that they're claiming is that they're claiming is horrible and awful, and everybody who disagrees with me, everybody who believes the opposite of me is horrible. And here's evidence of it in that because of the things that I say, my assassination is being called for, because like that other side is the violent side. That other side is the violent side. And it's like, okay, I'm just going to say in the world of the internet, transphobes versus transphobes versus non-transphobes, who do you think, which of those belief systems do you think is producing more violence on a daily basis? Right? Like if we're talking threats on the internet, if we're talking the way that people's like the way that it manifests into threats, do you think that someone like J.K. Rowling is more targeted versus the trans people that she targets, trans people that transphobes target on the internet? Like who is really facing more violence here? And it doesn't just stop at threats on the internet. Let's just say. Also, like actual stats about trans people being victims of violence. Yeah, so I always just kind of raise my eyebrow when this is a part of the woe is me, the like my assassination is regularly being called for because of how this is used as a shield and used as evidence for why, in fact, the people that are trying to fight me, the people that are telling me I'm wrong, are actually the evil people. They're actually the bad people because they are threatening me. This is J.K. Rowling summed up. Yes. Classic Katie Hopkins pick. She drew her own target. She put her own fucking target on her forehead. This is how it feels to be a white conservative woman. Nothing sums it up better than putting your own target on your own head. And she still has this up. This is a post from 2018. 2018. Also, the entirety of your political activism is a death threat directed at trans people. So, yeah, fuck off. Unkindly fuck off. Unkindly fuck off. Wait, why? I just noticed she hashtagged her own name. Hashtag Katie Hopkins. Drew, thank you. Drew, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Sorry, I can't remember if I said thanks. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Coletti, thank you for the 14 months. Hashtag Katie Hopkins. Hashtag Caroline Kwan. Hashtag Caroline Kwan from Women. Hashtag. Anyway, okay, almost done here. And then people responded to this and were like, Emma Watson tried to give grace to a bigot, and the bigot in question just laughs in her face. Are you starting to see why we can respect people even with their hateful viewpoints doesn't work? They don't give anyone else grace, so why should you give them grace? The idea that Emma Watson would paparazzi lay on the ground trying to take photos up her skirt within moments of her turning 18 has never had to worry about sexual violence is an absolute joke. Yeah. So in summation, J.K. Rowling continues to suck big time. And if I were to give advice to Emma, Emma, if you're listening, J.K. Rowling doesn't deserve the grace that you offer her. And I cannot speak to the complicated feelings you may have because she was a big part of your life and you've known her since you were a child. And there's probably a part of you that does still always feel grateful for the character she created, the character that introduced the world to you. But as far as publicly trying to offer any type of olive branch, trying to, be kind, she doesn't deserve it. She does not deserve it, and she will only throw it back in your face in a vicious way. In the most vicious way she can. And yeah. You know? There is no civility. There is no civility with people who are uncivil like this. Because that's the truth. Someone like J.K. Rowling cannot engage civilly because she is so uncivil, because she is so deranged in her hatred. And it's a brain disease. It warps your entire world. Everything in this world then filters through this lens of, I hate trans people. I have to make sure trans people don't have rights. You aren't capable of civility, of being normal, because it's just consumed you. There's no reasoning with someone like that. There's no reasoning. Like, it really does. I don't know. You gotta I'm sure if you were to study a transphobe's brain, it would be like, ooh, wow, that's not good. Me like in a lab with like my cunty little lab coat. They're like, okay, this is the brain of somebody who was a transphobe. I'm like, ooh, that's not good. That doesn't look good. That's, I'm no expert, but that looks bad. That looks like a whole mess up in there. Transphobes are so cooked in the head that they've gone back to phrenology. Yeah. And it just, as a reminder, trans people are such a small percentage of the population. They are not the reason that trans people are an outsized part of the conversation, of like news headlines, of what is dominating politically and also in public, and then also like just all aspects of life. That is people, people who are not trans folks, people who are so obsessed with trans people that they make everything about trans people. That's the reality. Is like, the reason we keep talking about trans people is because transphobes are trying to make their lives hell and are succeeding at it. That's what it is. Everybody transgender, right? It's like trans people, they want to be able to live. They just want to be able to exist. They want to be able to not face harm for being trans, right? Just live their lives, watch their shows, go to work, go on Tinder, maybe do all the things that everybody else does and not have to worry about being killed, not have to worry about not being able to exist in public. Like, they just want to try and be in this world like everybody else and have all the difficulties, the normal difficulties of life that we all have. It's like, just have to deal with those rather than all this other shit on top of it. Right? And Yes, the majority of trans people don't want to focus so much on being trans. It's transphobes forcing us to. Yes, I can only imagine that it can further marginalize and make you, if you are a trans person, feel like you are something else, you are something different when there's so much emphasis on being trans. It's like I am a human being. I see myself as a human, and it's shitty. It's really shitty that we're just stuck in this. And all I can say is leave trans people alone. Let them live. let them be human beings. Get a hobby. Stop being a fucking... If you are a transphobe, stop being a freak. Get a hobby. Go do something with your life. I don't know. Get a job. Leave them alone. Get a job. Yeah. Leave them alone and get a job. Yeah, you're a billionaire. Go on vacation. Why are you in the UK? You're a fucking billionaire. Can you imagine being a billionaire? Can you imagine it's like anything that you want? Anything you want. Anything. And yet, this is how you spend your time? This is how you spend your time and your life? You're a billionaire. You can just like buy 50 jet skis. You know? You can buy anything. You can do anything you want. You can go anywhere. If you're like, you know what? I'm really craving pasta from Italy. You can get on a plane, go to Italy, have your favorite pasta at your favorite restaurant, and then come back and like, that's nothing. That, you know, you go shopping and you're like, wow, I wish I could buy all these things. Well, you can. Like, there's just so much that you can have. Everything. You can have anything. And this is what you obsess over. All right. Anyway. Okay. And spending all their day on Twitter. That's the other thing. If I had all of that money, you are not catching me on Twitter. You are not fucking catching me on Twitter. You are not catching me out here at all. At all. Okay. Moving on to the, let's see. I at least want to get to talking about both Jane Goodall and Assata Shakur. And then other stuff that I planned, I can just do tomorrow as well. Okay, let's start off with Assata Shakur. Assata Shakur, who passed away last week in Havana, Cuba at the age of 78. She was a Black revolutionary. She was the first woman to be on the FBI's most wanted terrorist list. And when she died a free woman, but a woman who the United States had been trying to extradite for decades. Cuba refused. And she also was the godmother to Tupac. Rest in power, Comrade Assata. And I think this is a really great piece that touches on her life, on the many times she was targeted by law enforcement in the way that members of the Black Panthers, of the Black Liberation Army, Black revolutionaries in this country that have historically been targeted by the state because they don't want Black people to have a revolution. The state is incentivized to shut revolution down at any cost. And so this piece in Medium, written by Dr. Allison Wiltz, I think does a really great job at just explaining how Assata Shakur was for her whole life before she ended up fleeing to Cuba, was targeted by law enforcement, and they were always just trying to frame her for some crime and get her locked up, because that's what they did. That's what they do. And then it also gets into her philosophy and her politics and, what a stalwart, principled revolutionary she was. Upon learning that Assata Shakur, the Black revolutionary who spent the last 4 decades in exile in Cuba, died a free woman this week at the age of 78, many began to celebrate her legacy. While media outlets often labeled her a terrorist on the FBI's most wanted list, and government officials offered millions for her bounty over the years, many people see her as a hero, someone unfairly targeted for their political beliefs. Now, as a form of poetic justice, her words captured in her writings and filmed interviews are accessible to the public. To understand why so many have chosen to honor her life and fight for freedom, consider her experience, not just as a Black leader, but as someone relentlessly targeted by law enforcement. Highly recommend listening to her letter to the Pope. Yeah, we'll watch that. Lennox Hinds, an attorney who represented the National Conference of Black Lawyers, the National Alliance Against Racism, and the Commission on Human Rights, described a widespread pattern of human rights violations within the United States. Officials targeted individuals because of their race, economic status, and political beliefs. Hinds pointed out that Assata Shakur became a target as part of the COINTELPRO strategy, in which federal authorities presented fabricated evidence and engaged in spurious criminal prosecutions to subdue the Black liberation movement. For example, the FBI led a campaign against the Black Panthers' Free Breakfast for School Children program, looking to destroy rations and criminalize members of the organization despite their community work. Authorities accused Assata, born Joanne Deborah Byron in 1947, of committing a litany of crimes. In New York, they claimed she took part in an armed robbery in April of 1971, but the charges were later dismissed due to lack of evidence. Prosecutors accused her of taking part in a robbery in Queens during August of 1971, but she was acquitted of these charges. That's how you know, too, what total bullshit it was, that they couldn't even get judges. They couldn't even get juries and judges to go along with these false accusations, that she was acquitted multiple times because these charges that were constantly brought against her in the fucking 70s were just utter horseshit, that they had absolutely nothing except racism. The hope of like, oh, well, this country's racist enough that they'll, surely they'll find her guilty. Even racist jurors and judges be like, nah, this is too dumb for me. I know. Then U.S. Southern District of New York City officials claimed Assata took part in a bank robbery in September of 1971. The case resulted in a hung jury, and when prosecutors tried again, the case resulted in an acquittal. While her opponents portray Assata Shakur as a wanton criminal, a pile of acquittals and dismissals points to an unjust system, one desperate to incriminate a Black woman. Sadly, this list of criminal charges was only the tip of the iceberg as government lawyers continued to accuse Assata Shakur of committing heinous crimes. They charged her with kidnapping a drug deal. Huge raid. Thank you for the raid. They charged her with kidnapping a drug dealer in December of 1971, but she was acquitted. I like that they tried to, they're like, she kidnapped a drug dealer. Yeah, even though it's, normally they would probably, or it's like drug dealer. Okay, drug dealer or Assata Shakur, a Black revolutionary. A Black female revolutionary drug dealer. She's so dangerous and crazy. Can you believe she tried to kidnap this drug dealer? But she was acquitted. Next, they accused her of killing a drug dealer in 1973, but those charges were dismissed. The same outcome occurred when prosecutors in Queens County, New York, accused Shakur of attempted murder of police officers. Their overzealous pursuit of Assata Shakur was not unrelated to her role in the Black Panther Party and later the Black Liberation Army. It was because of her beliefs that they relentlessly investigated her. After years of investigating Assata Shakur, prosecutors finally succeeded in bringing her up on charges that stuck in a legal sense. Cops would literally get these drug dealers to make up stories about people they wanted to frame. Yes. Still do. They accused her of killing a state trooper along the New Jersey Turnpike. Her defense team argued that the injuries she sustained made it impossible for her to have been the shooter, as she had her arms raised in surrender when she was fired upon. Prosecutors didn't present any evidence, such as gunshot residue or fingerprints, to prove that she fired a weapon. Still, the all-white jury, because a cop was killed also, they knew they could get her on this because a cop was killed. Still, the all-white jury convicted Assata in 1977, and a judge sentenced her to life in prison. 2 years later, some members of the Black Liberation Army helped her escape by posing as visitors. She would later seek political asylum in Cuba, where she would spend the rest of her life free but in exile. She once referred to herself as a 20th century escaped slave because of the bounty government officials placed on her head. Given the nation's history, this comparison seems fitting. When imprisoned, Assata Shakur endured harsh conditions. She received inadequate health care after suffering physical trauma, was routinely isolated from other inmates, and had limited time to speak with her attorney and family members. Because never forget, the state considers the biggest threat in this country to be people like Assata Shakur because of the real threat that they present to the state. By being a person who speaks of revolution, who is in opposition to everything that the state represents and seeks to protect, that is the greatest threat that you can be. When you are a person who has power over the people, who has the potential to inspire people towards real change, you are an enormous threat to the state. Why do you think in the last 2 years, Palestinian advocates, activists, Palestinian students, pro-Palestine professors, people who have been leading the charge on the pro-Palestine movement in this country are the ones being targeted by the state? That the consistent threats to free speech that we have seen have been towards, and not just, of course, Stop Cop City protesters, people who have been standing up against law enforcement, standing up against the state, which of course includes pro-Palestine protesters. It's why Israel's so terrified of the flotilla. I mean, they're terrified of all of this. They are terrified because if the people are no longer tools that can be wielded, no longer being manipulated by state actors, by the power, then they will lose that power. They will lose that power when they lose the people. Even during her pregnancy, Assata had to advocate for quality care. She spent at least 20 months in solitary confinement in 2 separate men's prisons, as well as time in mixed and women's only prisons. In Hind's report, he noted she has never on any occasion been punished for any infraction of prison rules, which might in any way justify such cruel and unusual treatment. And the reason that the state did this to her and did this to other revolutionaries is because they wanted to send a message. They wanted to discourage anyone else from taking up the cause. And they are, look at also Luigi, right? Look at Luigi Mangione. The fact that they're seeking the death penalty, that they tried to bring terrorism charges because they wanted to make an example of him. They want to shut down any hint of revolution. They want to shut down social unrest, the people, becoming angry and then potentially using that anger, taking that anger and organizing from that. And so they seek to make an example out of anybody who is, a threat to that power. Far too often, Black defendants are denied proper legal counsel. Sometimes all or mostly white juries assume Black defendants are guilty, while judges tend to impose harsher, longer sentences for Black people. One study published in the Quarterly Journal of Economics found that all white jury pools convict Black defendants 16% more often than white defendants. So while an all-white jury claimed Assata was guilty of the crimes prosecutors accused her of, many of her supporters believed their decision was biased, one affected by her race, gender, and political beliefs. This is essential context, as some conservatives are claiming that those on the left, the violent left, are celebrating someone who killed an officer. Those who consider Assata Shakur a hero believe she had been unfairly persecuted. Fidel Castro, a Cuban revolutionary and political leader, once referred to her as a true political prisoner of the United States. Through America's history, people have been imprisoned because of their political beliefs, charged with criminal acts in order to justify that imprisonment, Assata Shakur wrote. Law enforcement officials arrested and in some cases killed members of the Black Panther Party. In 1968, Oakland police killed Bobby Hutton, the party's first treasurer and recruit. And in the following year, Chicago police killed Fred Hampton and Mark Clark, leaders of the party, during a pre-dawn raid. In 1976, the FBI's counterintelligence program that targeted the Black Freedom Movement ended, with a Senate committee saying their actions were indisputably disregarding to a free society and gave rise to the risk of death and often disregarded the personal rights and dignity of the victims. You see how they don't go into like KKK meetings and shoot them up? They still... Of course not. Yeah. That the KKK isn't designated as a terrorist organization. It's because they're already there. But the damage was done as many Black people were harmed through the process. Also, the litany of the charges made against them perpetuated racist stereotypes in the eyes of the public, portraying Black people as more likely to engage in criminal behavior. Assata suffered injuries from New Jersey state troopers in May of 1973 as a bullet pierced through her left shoulder and shattered her clavicle. Doctors testified that her bullet wounds were likely consistent with her hands being raised, and yet this evidence didn't make a dent in the jurors' preconceived notions. Black revolutionaries do not drop from the moon. We are created by our own conditions, Assata wrote. As long as racism deprives Black people of equal rights and liberties afforded to others, then there will always be the need for a resistance movement, which Shakur referred to as a Black Liberation Army. I wish I could say that what happened to Assata, the unfair nature of the trial she endured, and her persecution for political beliefs was an outdated threat. However, the Trump administration has signaled its interest in targeting Americans based on their political beliefs. Flaky and I are now dating Nicole Kidman. Just want to let you break the news. That's funny because that's just funny. A memorandum entitled NSPM 7 directed the Secretaries of State, Homeland Security, and Treasury, as well as the Attorney General, to coordinate and supervise a comprehensive national strategy to investigate, prosecute, and disrupt entities and individuals engaged in acts of political violence and intimidation designed to suppress lawful political activity or obstruct the rule of law. This includes entities that hold various beliefs such as anti-Americanism, anti-capitalism, Yeah, if you're an anti-capitalist, you're a terrorist. Anti-Christianity, support for the overthrow of the U.S. government, extremism on migration, race, or gender, hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on family, religion, or morality. In this political environment, even speaking about the ills of racism, as Assata did, is enough to make someone a target of spurious investigations. This is exactly what is happening with people who are like, Charlie Kirk was a racist. Charlie Kirk was a white supremacist. They are being targeted by the state. Even if you don't say anything. Even if you don't say anything except Charlie Kirk's own words, you're a target. Assata Shakur was a freedom fighter, someone who believed that nobody in the world, nobody in history has ever gotten their freedom by appealing to the moral sense of the people who were oppressing them. This is a line that is oft repeated. This is something that you should always remember, that nobody has ever gotten their freedom by appealing to the moral sense of the people who were oppressing them. Far too often, those who endure injustice are deprived of agency, their voices smothered out by those in positions of power. We saw this during the chattel slavery era when Congress members were gagged and prevented from reading or considering petitions from enslaved people. Frederick Douglass, the famed abolitionist, suggested, "Power concedes nothing without a demand. It never did, and it never will." It's no wonder that enslaved people participated in at least 250 uprisings before the Civil War. Grossly unsatisfied with their conditions, many liberated themselves. When white colonists rebelled against the British monarchy, historians described their crusade as heroic. However, black men like Charles Deslandes and Nat Turner, leaders of enslaved people's uprisings, were often portrayed as criminals if they're mentioned at all. Research suggests racism persists in America's criminal justice system. The Prison Policy Initiative found that per capita arrest rate for Black Americans was more than twice the rate for white Americans. This suggests that our system is not as fair and impartial as some claim. A report published by the Death Penalty Information Center found that Black people were 7.5 times more likely to be wrongfully convicted of murder than white people, a risk that was greater if the victim was white. America, the same country that boasts of freedom and democracy, has a reputation for treating Black people as second-class citizens. Indeed, many Black people have endured punishment without committing any crime at all. Their crime simply being that they were born Black. Assata's remaining free is like a silver lining. Assata's remaining free is like a silver lining in an otherwise gray sky. And while those who personally knew the godmother of Tupac Shakur and the mother of Kikuya Shakur will surely feel grief in her absence, hopefully her memory will bring them some comfort. In her autobiography, she wrote, "It is our duty to fight for freedom. It is our duty to win." Words that now seem to encourage future generations to carry the torch. And at a time when free speech in America stands on shaky ground and anti-racists risk being targeted for their political beliefs, Assata's narrative is more than historical. It's also painstakingly relevant to what Black Americans are experiencing in the modern era. The popular framing of emancipatory struggles tries to treat them as if the powers that be felt bad and decided to graciously grant them rights. I mean, this is the same thing that you can apply to the people of Palestine, that as long as the people of Palestine are oppressed, then there will always be the need for revolution. There will always be the need for resistance. Resistance is born out of the struggle. Resistance is a necessity when oppression is the reality. You cannot appeal the morality of your oppressor when they have none. Yes. Might have already answered, but have you seen One Battle After Another and its portrayal of revolutionaries? I haven't yet. I wanted to go yesterday, but apparently Will and I are going to go see it. And yesterday was the last day of Rush. So I was sitting around like, really want to go see this movie. Oops, sorry. I think I muted this. My bad.
We end today's show with the words of Assata Shakur, who died in Havana, Cuba, Thursday at the age of 78. She was a legendary figure within the Black Panther Party and the Black Liberation Army. Assata Shakur was convicted in the May 2nd, 1973 killing of a New Jersey state trooper during a shootout that left one of her fellow activists dead. She was shot twice by police during the incident. In 1979, she managed to escape from jail and flee to Cuba, where she received political asylum.
The extensive malpractice during her trial is infuriating. In her book, she details the amount of bullshit her and her defense attorney were put through when attempting to gather testimony from expert witnesses. The jury selection issues were overlooked as well. It was all bullshit. It was just pure racism, and she was convicted by an all-white jury. And yet she was able to get free.
Long proclaimed her innocence. In 1998, Democracy Now! Aired her reading an open letter to Pope John Paul II during his trip to Cuba. She wrote the message after New Jersey state troopers sent the Pope a letter asking him to call for her extradition. This is Assata Shakur.
My name is Assata Shakur, and I was born and raised in the United States. I am a descendant of Africans who were kidnapped and brought to the Americas as slaves. I spent my early childhood in the racist segregated South. I later moved to the northern part of the country, where I realized that black people were equally victimized by racism and oppression. I grew up and became a political activist, participating in student struggles, the anti-war movement, and most of all, in the movement for the liberation of African Americans in the United States. I later joined the Black Panther Party, an organization that was targeted by the COINTELPRO program, a program that was set up by the Federal Bureau of Investigation to eliminate all political opposition to the U.S. government's policies, to destroy the black liberation movement in the United States, to discredit activists, and to eliminate potential leaders. Under the COINTELPRO program, many political activists were harassed, imprisoned, murdered, or otherwise neutralized. As a result of being targeted by COINTELPRO, I, like many other young people, was faced with the threat of prison, underground, exile, or death.
Okay, I know this is not the point, but the Black Panthers and the Black Liberation Army, they just had such fucking style. They looked so cool.
The FBI, with the help of local police agencies, systematically fed false accusations and fake news articles to the press, accusing me and other activists of crimes we did not commit. Although in my case the charges were eventually dropped or I was eventually acquitted, the national and local police agencies created a situation where, based on their false accusations against me, any police officer could shoot me on sight. It was not until the Freedom of Information Act was passed in the mid-'70s that we began to see the scope of the United States government's persecution of political activists. At this point, I think that it is important to make one thing very clear. I have advocated, and I still advocate, revolutionary changes in the structure and in the principles that govern the United States. I advocate self-determination for my people and for all oppressed people inside the United States. I advocate an end to capitalist exploitation, the abolition of racist policies, the eradication of sexism, and the elimination of political repression. If that is a crime, then I am totally guilty. To make a long story short, I was captured in New Jersey in 1973 after being shot with both arms held in the air and then shot again from the back. I was left on the ground to die, and when I did not, I was taken to a local hospital where I was threatened, beaten, and tortured. In 1977, I was convicted in a trial that can only be described as a legal lynching. In 1979, I was able to escape with the aid of some of my fellow comrades. I saw this as a necessary step, not only because I was innocent of the charges against me, but because I knew that the racist legal system in the United States, I would receive no justice. I was also afraid that I would be murdered in prison. I later arrived in Cuba, where I am currently living in exile as a political refugee. The New Jersey State Police and other law enforcement officials say they want to see me brought to justice. But I would like to know what they mean by justice. Is torture justice? I was kept in solitary confinement for more than 2 years, mostly in men's prisons. Is that justice? My lawyers were threatened with imprisonment and imprisoned. Is that justice? I was tried by an all-white jury without even the pretext of impartiality and then sentenced to life in prison plus 33 years. Is that justice? Let me emphasize that justice for me is not the issue I am addressing here. It is justice for my people that is at stake. When my people receive justice, I am sure that I will receive it too. I ask nothing for myself. I only ask you to examine the social reality of the United States and to speak out against the human rights violations that are taking place. On this day, the birthday of Martin Luther King, I am reminded of all those who gave their lives for freedom. Most of the people who live on this planet are still not free. I ask only that you continue to work and pray to end oppression and political repression. It is my heartfelt belief that all the people on this earth deserve justice, social justice, political justice, and economic justice. I believe it is the only way we will ever achieve peace and prosperity on this earth. I hope that you enjoy your visit to Cuba. This is not a country that is rich in material wealth, but it is a country that is rich in human wealth, spiritual wealth, and moral wealth. Respectfully yours, Assata Shakur, Havana, Cuba.
Thanks for watching.
Man, she was amazing. She was. Happy late birthday. Thank you so much. For those who want more deets on how did she break out of prison. So members of the Black Liberation Army posed as visitors. They stormed the Clinton Correctional Facility where she was being held, took 2 guards hostage, commandeered a prison van, and broke her out. Where's that movie? Where is that movie? Yeah, the Clinton Correctional. The Clinton Correctional. Hi, Caroline. I just joined you. I've been following the recent flotilla updates. Yeah, I've been trying to been trying to keep an eye. You can hear through her words a certain strength and conviction that we'd only ever hope to have a fraction of. R.I.P. Yeah, I mean, she knew exactly what this world was and exactly what she needed to do to try and change it. And she never wavered in that, despite the state trying to throw every single thing at her, silence her by all means possible. And even in the decades after she escaped and remained in exile in Cuba, like, the United States did not let up. they did not stop trying to come after her because of the threat that she still represented to, you know, to their power. And so they continued to try and bring her back, continue to try and extradite her and persecute, you know, further persecute her, but they never were able to. Did you see that people around are mad at Amanda Seales because she questioned how they can idolize Asada and Kamala at the same time? I mean, she's right. People are always mad at Amanda Seales, and a lot of times I'm like, Amanda Seales is right. Amanda Seales is calling it out, and they don't like that she calls it out. They do not like that she calls it out. You cannot... Kamala Harris and Asada Shakur are not even close to being similar. Truly, they were both Black women. That's where the commonalities begin and end. No comparisons. She had a very famous godson, for those who don't know. Yes, Tupac. You know, and Tupac he used music as class warfare. He was from a revolutionary family. He inherited that revolutionary worldview from his family, and his tool that he wielded to try and oppose the ruling power, his tool was music. And sadly, Tupac died at a young age, but his legacy still persists as well. And Tupac's legacy should never be without the radical politics that defined his life, the radical politics that he learned from his parents, from his godmother. Is Asada the reason the conspiracy of Tupac faking his death to live in Cuba became a thing? Yes. They're both from the Bay. Okay, both Black women from the Bay, and that's about it. That's where the comparisons begin and end. Asada Shakur, obviously, too, because she was a true revolutionary and understood the intersectionality of oppressed peoples fighting for their freedom. She said, Palestine is not just an issue for Palestinians. It is an issue for all of us who believe in justice and human rights. We remember the revolutionary Asada Shakur, who passed away last week in Havana, Cuba, at the age of 78. She was a powerful figure in the Black freedom struggle. Her deep commitment and political clarity will live on, as she will continue to serve as an inspiration for all of our movements for justice and liberation. We know, as Black revolutionaries like Asada have taught for years, that Black and Palestinian liberation are deeply entwined. As Jews dedicated towards justice for all, we hold Black and Palestinian freedom as both a foundation and a North Star for our organizing. Asada, may you rest in power, and may your memory be for a blessing and a revolution. This is the last thing that I will read. Sorry, lots of reading on the stream today. To My People by Asada Shakur, written while in prison. Black brothers, Black sisters, I want you to know that I love you, and I hope that somewhere in your hearts you have love for me. My name is Asada Shakur, slave name Joanne Chesimard, and I am a revolutionary, a Black revolutionary. By that I mean I have declared war on all forces that have raped our women, castrated our men, and kept our babies empty-bellied. I have declared war on the rich who prosper on our poverty, the politicians who lie to us with smiling faces, and all the mindless, heartless robots who protect them and their property. I am a Black revolutionary, and as such, I am a victim of all the wrath, hatred, and slander that America is capable of. Like all other Black revolutionaries, America is trying to lynch me. I'm a Black revolutionary woman, and because of this, I have been charged with and accused of every alleged crime in which a woman was believed to have participated. The alleged crimes in which only men were supposedly involved, I have been accused of planning. They have plastered pictures alleged to be me in post offices, airports, hotels, police cars, subways, banks, television, and newspapers. They have offered over $50,000 in rewards for my capture, and they have issued orders to shoot on sight and shoot to kill. I'm so glad you're talking about this stuff. It's really amazing because I really see streamers I follow talk about things like this. I would, well, it's because most streamers have probably never heard of Assata Shakur, which is why, I mean, most streamers they don't do politics on stream. That's the political streamers, but also because they just simply have never even heard of somebody who they should know of. You know, everybody should know who Assata Shakur was, the legacy that she leaves behind. I am a Black revolutionary, and by definition, that makes me a part of the Black Liberation Army. The pigs have used their newspapers and TVs to paint the Black Liberation Army as vicious, brutal, mad dog criminals. They have called us gangsters and gun malls and have compared us to such characters as John Dillinger and Ma Barker. It should be clear, it must be clear to anyone who can think, see, or hear that we are the victims and not the criminals. The other thing I want to say on Assata is that often in history, we remember revolutionaries who are men, but the revolutionaries who were women, who were queer, those who were, you know, those who faced obstacles on top of race due to gender, sexuality, those people are oft forgotten. I've talked about Bayard Rustin, who Coleman Domingo played in the film Rustin, which was a terrible movie, but he was so good. Bayard Rustin, who's also left out of the conversation, who is not remembered in the ways that he should be. And that is because he was gay. And he was people knew he was gay. Like he was as openly gay as he could be while having to, you know, protect his safety. And he's a person that does not get the credit, is not remembered in the ways that he should be. Same with Assata Shakur. You know, she was incredible, and her name should be spoken. Her name should be spoken alongside the great male revolutionaries as well. It should also be clear to us by now who the real criminals are. Nixon and his crime partners have murdered hundreds of third world brothers and sisters in Vietnam, Cambodia, Mozambique, Angola, and South Africa. As was proved by Watergate, the top law enforcement officials in this country are a lying bunch of criminals. The president, 2 attorney generals, the head of the FBI, the head of the CIA, and half the White House staff have been implicated in the Watergate crimes. They call us murderers, but we did not murder over 250 unarmed Black men, women, and children, or wound thousands of others in the riots they provoked during the 60s. The rulers of this country have always considered their property more important than our lives. They call us murderers, but we were not responsible for the 28 brother inmates and 9 hostages murdered at Attica. They call us murderers, but we did not murder and wound over 30 unarmed Black students at Jackson State or Southern State either. They call us murderers, but we did not murder Martin Luther King Jr., Emmett Till, Medgar Evers, Malcolm X, George Jackson, Nat Turner, James Chaney, and countless others. We did not murder by shooting in the back 16-year-old Rita Lloyd, 11-year-old Ricky Bodden, or 10-year-old Clifford Glover. They call us murderers, but we do not control or enforce a system of racism and oppression that systematically murders Black and third world people. Although Black people supposedly comprise about 15% of the total American population, at least 60% of murder victims are Black. For every pig that is killed in the so-called line of duty, there are at least 50 Black people murdered by the police. Black life expectancy is much lower than white, and they do their best to kill us before we are even born. We are burned alive in the fire-trapped tenements. Our brothers and sisters OD daily from heroin and methadone. Our babies die from lead poisoning. Millions of Black people have died as a result of indecent medical care. This is murder, but they have got the gall to call us murderers. They call us kidnappers, yet Brother Clark Squires, who is accused, along with me, of murdering a New Jersey state trooper, was kidnapped on April 1969 from our Black community and held on $1 million ransom in the New York Panther 21 conspiracy case. He was acquitted on May 13th, 1971, along with all the others, of 156 counts of conspiracy by a jury that took less than 2 hours to deliberate. Brother Squires was innocent, yet he was kidnapped from his community and his family. Over 2 years of his life was stolen, but they call us kidnappers. We did not kidnap the thousands of brothers and sisters held captive in America's concentration camps. 90% of the prison population in this country are Black and third world people who can afford neither bail nor lawyers. They call us thieves and bandits. They say we steal, but it was not we who stole millions of Black people from the continent of Africa. We were robbed of our language, of our gods, of our culture, of our human dignity, of our labor, and of our lives. They call us thieves, yet it is not we who rip off billions of dollars every year through tax evasions, illegal price fixing, embezzlement, consumer fraud, bribes, kickbacks, and swindles. They call us bandits, yet every time most Black people pick up our paychecks, we are being robbed. Every time we walk into a store in our neighborhood, we are being held up. And every time we pay our rent, the landlord sticks a gun into our ribs. They call us thieves, but we did not rob and murder millions of Indians by ripping off their homeland, then call ourselves pioneers. They call us bandits, but it is not we who are robbing Africa, Asia, and Latin America of their natural resources and freedom while the people who live there are sick and starving. The rulers of this country and their flunkies have committed some of the most brutal, vicious crimes in history. They are the bandits. They are the murderers, and they should be treated as such. These maniacs are not fit to judge me, Clark, or any other Black person on trial in America. Black people should and inevitably must determine our destinies. Every revolution in history has been accomplished by actions. Although words are necessary, we must create shields that protect us and spears that penetrate our enemies. Black people must learn how to struggle by struggling. We must learn by our mistakes. I want to apologize to you, my Black brothers and sisters, for being on the New Jersey Turnpike. I should have known better. The Turnpike is a checkpoint where Black people are stopped, searched, harassed, and assaulted. Revolutionaries must never be in too much of a hurry or make careless decisions. He who runs when the sun is sleeping will stumble many times. Every time a Black freedom fighter is murdered or captured, the pigs try to create the impression that they have squashed the movement, destroyed our forces, and put down the Black Revolution. The pigs also try to give the impression that 5 or 10 guerrillas are responsible for every revolutionary action carried out in America. That is nonsense. That is absurd. Black revolutionaries do not drop from the moon. We are created by our conditions, shaped by our oppression. We are being manufactured in droves in the ghetto streets, places like Attica, San Quentin, Bedford Hills, Leavenworth, and Sing Sing. They are turning out thousands of us. Many jobless Black veterans and welfare mothers are joining our ranks. Brothers and sisters from all walks of life who are tired of suffering passively make up the BLA. There is and always will be, until every Black man, woman, and child is free, a Black Liberation Army. The main function of the Black Liberation Army at this time is to create good examples, to struggle for Black freedom, and to prepare for the future. We must defend ourselves and let no one disrespect us. We must gain our liberation by any means necessary. It is our duty to fight for our freedom. It is our duty to win. We must love each other and support each other. We have nothing to lose but our chains. Whew. Whew. Goddamn. We have nothing to lose but our chains. What a fucking line. I know, chills. Incredibly powerful. Just nothing but the truth. Truly speaking truth to power. There's nothing I can say, nothing that I could even attempt to say that would match the power of Assata Shakur's words and what she did in her life. Just bars of justice. Truly. So all I can do is share. All I can do is be a vessel and share her words so that it may be a reminder that the fight continues and that to honor the legacy, to honor the life and the legacy of Assata Shakur is to take those words, heart, body, mind, and soul, and to try and live by that every single day. To let those words imbue your very being, your existence, and to recognize that the fight still continues. And may we have even an ounce of the courage and the wisdom and the spirit that Assata had. Yeah, there's that piece. Here is the piece in Medium that I read. Rest in power. Truly, rest in power. Yeah, dropping marks at the end, queen shit. Okay, and then on the other side of the world, here,
one of the world's most beloved and influential primatologists.
On the opposite of courage. Fucking losers. Ew. Oh, God. Just, losers. Looks like they're on the same team here, huh? Looks like they're on the same side. Looks like they're all a part of the same group. This first one is insane. Look at Trump. Look at his face. Look at his face. I know this is a week-old story, but did you see Pop Base? Pop Base greater than Pop Crave. Yeah, I did see this. Pop Base has once again donated $10,000 to the Palestine Children's Relief Fund, and we encourage anybody with the means to also contribute if they can. Pop Base superior to Pop Crave. I know I know that the Democrats with leaders Jeffries and Schumer say they're the opposition, but so many times they seem to be the opposite of the opposition. The opposite of the opposition. Okay, we're going to talk about Jane Goodall now. Jane Goodall, who I'm sure many of you know as the chimpanzee queen. She was a true friend to the chimps. She was a true friend to this planet. She was a legendary conservationist. She was a primatologist. In fact, she was the foremost primatologist. And she was really a very, very amazing lady. And her work was so important, and she was so diligent and committed to her work. And she passed away from natural causes. She was 91 years old. And so we are going to now remember Jane Goodall. Here is Jane Goodall.
Move forward. And I think, because I lived through World War II, it's made a big difference for me. Today, we're confronted by these terrible wars, Ukraine, Sudan, and what's happening in Gaza, that terrible, terrible, awful genocide in Gaza. Thank you, because it keeps me awake at night, and everybody is saying it's terrible, but nobody's doing anything. And it's going on, and you watch what's happening, and it's in Sudan, it's Gaza, it's Ukraine, and it's horrible. And we thought after World War II, that's it, we'll never do it again, we've learned our lesson, but we haven't learned our lesson.
And finally, a message to everyone here as a UN messenger of peace. What would you like to say?
We're trying,
Just to
Jane.
remember, every day you live, you make some impact on the planet, and you have a choice as to what sort of impact you want to make. And I think that really is the most important message that any of us can have. Because, we can't leave everything to governments, we can't leave everything to big business. We must realize that we as individuals make a difference. These young people can help us.
Oh, Jane. Oh, Jane Goodall. And the thing with Jane and with then the Gen Z's Jane Goodall, Greta Thunberg, who is currently on the Gaza flotilla and who has dedicated her life to humanity, truly. They understood that is Maya not Gen Z Jane Goodall? You guys, I love Maya, and Maya is this platform's Jane Goodall. You know why I am saying that Greta Thunberg is Gen Z's Jane Goodall, as far as her being an international figure who did not just stop at her advocacy for the environment, right? She began with climate change. She began with being a young person who was advocating for specifically climate change, but then realized the connection to all of these other issues. One being the genocide in Gaza. And she sees, as we should all see, and as Jane Goodall, who came before us, who came before Greta, who came before, she's almost 100 years old, that this is all connected. And to care for our planet means to care for the people on this planet, to understand that the damage, the harm being caused to people in Palestine right now is connected to the harm being caused to the environment, to the climate. Greta's Gen Z. Greta is 22 years old. She is 22 years old. So she did not pursue, specifically work with animals in the way that Jane Goodall did. and not a conservationist. Greta obviously is an activist, but started off with climate change, caring for the planet, and has since connected that to other issues that she now is an advocate for. She has very courageously been attempting to get humanitarian aid to the people of Palestine. She has been, she has been on these flotillas. She's being targeted by the state of Israel, and she is only 22 years old, and she has more bravery in her pinky finger. She has more bravery in her pinky finger than most people have in the entirety of their bodies. Hi. You come swaggering in? You come swaggering in? Okay. What? Why do you always close my door? It gets so hot in here. I get so hot. I am not that loud. You're loud.
Wow.
You are loud.
That's why I'm in a separate building.
I can hear you in your separate building all the way over here.
Well, maybe you can get yourself a separate building then.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm hot all the time too. It's part of the experience.
Or you can sit here and you can sit here as we talk about Jane Goodall. How about that? You got anything to say? Farley, attack! Farley, get his ass. Okay, that's crazy. I put a curse on you, Will Neff. I put a curse on you, and he still closed the fucking door. I know. I'm going to open that.
Ornithologists and conservationists has died. Jane Goodall spent more than half a century studying chimpanzees and advocating for animal rights and environmental protection.
She died today of natural causes. And as Jeffrey Brown tells us, Goodall helped change the way that we look at animals and their behavior.
From the jungles of Tanzania to the halls of the United Nations, the natural world had no greater advocate than Jane Goodall.
We're supposed to share the planet, and yet species are disappearing. Ecosystems are collapsing. That's going to affect us.
Goodall was a pioneer who helped revolutionize our understanding of our closest living animal relatives, and as a woman breaking through in a male-dominated field.
Oh, two people.
In 1960, at age 26, she began the longest-running continuous study of wild primates in the world, in what is now known as the Gombe Stream National Park of Tanzania, working with Louis Leakey. She had no formal scientific training, and her methods were unconventional. But among her insights, like humans, chimps made and used tools such as grass stems to feed them.
That's Dr. Jane Goodall.
Themselves, a finding that shocked scientific consensus at the time. In 2020, marking the release of a National Geographic documentary on her life, she told me of her earliest days in Africa.
It's absolutely so vivid. And of course, you know, it was a time when the chimpanzees were like part of my family.
She's amazing.
And the striking thing was how like us they actually are. When I got to Cambridge, because Louis Leakey said I had to get a degree, I was told I'd done everything wrong. I shouldn't have given the chimps names. They should have had numbers. I couldn't talk about personality, mind, or emotion. Those were unique to us, I was told. But I'd been taught by my dog, Rusty, who sits near me. Rusty, he was a very, very special dog. And there's never been another dog quite like him.
Look at that. Look at Rusty and look at a young Jane Goodall.
Look at us.
I hope that Rusty and Jane are together now.
Side. But Rusty was a special dog. All dogs are special, really, but he was extra special. And of course animals have personalities, minds, and emotions. And now science has been forced to accept we're not, after all, the only beings with those attributes.
Goodall made other discoveries, too. Chimps, for example, engaged in organized warfare, and they had distinct personalities. Her research, first chronicled in National Geographic and in several documentaries, made her a household name. She used that fame to advocate against animal research and became a leading voice against animal trafficking and other abuses.
What we do to animals from their perspective, certainly, and probably from ours, is morally wrong and unacceptable.
In 1977, she created the Jane Goodall Institute, which soon became one of the world's largest conservation groups, and later worked with young people in Africa and around the world through her Roots and Shoots program. She continued her advocacy until the end, still traveling nearly 300 days a year.
Some of us could say bonjour, some of us could say guten Morgen, and so on, but I can say that's good morning in chimpanzee.
When we spoke in 2020, Goodall said she had no choice but to keep going.
Well, I'm being 86. Obviously, the time I have left is slowly shrinking, which means I have to work ever harder. People say, well, you need to slow down, but I have to go quicker.
What an amazing mentality where she's like, I'm 86, so I don't have that much time left, which means I have to go even harder. It's time to speed up. It's time to Super Saiyan.
You know, the main message I have is that every single one of us, every single day, we make some impact on the planet. And we have a choice as to what impact we make, what we buy, what we wear, where did it come from. And if enough of us make ethical choices and start thinking in a new way, then business will have to change because of consumer pressure. And governments will just have to obey the will of the people if there's enough of us willing it. So each one of us is part of this growing. It's my greatest reason to hope.
Jane Goodall died today while on tour. She was 91 years old. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Jeffrey Brown.
The documentary Miss Goodall and the Wild Chimpanzees had roughly 25 million viewers in North America during its first broadcast in 1965. That is wild. 25 million viewers in 1965.
Why did you choose chimpanzees? I didn't. I went to Africa with the goal of studying any animal to be out in the wild. If somebody had said a dormouse, I would have jumped at it if it was out in the wild somewhere. It was meeting Dr. Louis Leakey, famous paleontologist, anthropologist, and he told me he'd been looking for 10 years for somebody to go and study chimpanzees in the wild. Nobody had. A couple of people had tried, it didn't work out. So how lucky. A, I was given the animal most like us, and B, I was the first person, so everything I saw was new and exciting. And then, of course, seeing chimpanzees using and making tools, that was the breakthrough. I think perhaps the most important things we could learn from chimpanzees is they're very good at reconciliation after conflict. We don't seem to be very good at that. We hold grudges, we fight.
If you have conflict resolution skills, study chimps.
Wars, we have conflict all over the world today. So if we were a little bit better, just making things up without continuing to fight about them or hold grudges. I was totally happy out in the forest with the chimpanzees, and I wanted to stay there forever. I mean, there was nothing to make me leave. But when I realized that chimpanzee numbers were dropping and forests were being destroyed, then I knew I had to leave what I loved to try and do something. I didn't know what to do. So my mission and my passion is to give people hope that if we get together soon, we know what we should be doing to slow down climate change and loss of biodiversity, but we're continually up against vested interests of corporations and governments. We just have to be prepared to fight for what's right, not in a violent way. And so my passion doesn't come from anywhere except concern for the future.
Oh, Jade.
Why did you choose chimpanzees?
Oh,
I didn't.
Jade. Yeah. So Jane, I mean, just imagine, you think about your 20s, whether you're now past your 20s or you're in your 20s. Jane Goodall spent her 20s amongst chimpanzees. She was chronicling the lives of chimpanzees and studying all of their behaviors, from mating rituals to how they make tools. She was so dedicated to her work. She got to know each chimpanzee personally and would draw connections between what she observed out in the field to her own personal life. And she truly loved those animals, but also loved people. She wasn't just one of those, like, love animals, hate people. She loved animals, but also she loved this, she loved this planet and all of its creatures. I mean, we are primates after all. True. We are animals. We are. Film night. Jane Goodall. National Geo Doc. Okay. Impromptu film night. Impromptu film night. This is a documentary from National Geographic. Drawing from over 100 hours of previously unseen archival footage, director Brett Morgan tells the story of Jane, a woman whose chimpanzee research revolutionized our understanding of the natural world. Set to a rich orchestral score from legendary composer Philip Glass, the film offers an intimate portrait of Jane Goodall, a trailblazer who became one of the world's most admired conservationists. Jane's study of the Gombe chimpanzees continues today. It's the longest continuous study of any animal and their natural habitat in history. Wow. Timmy, thank you for the 11 months. Oh. Rest well, Jane. Thank you for your work. Thank you for being an inspiration. A life well lived. A life well lived. Jane. I never chat on Twitch unless the primate subject comes up, and I was in a funk all day about her. I think she was one of those people that she was the definition of she was the exception to never meet your heroes. She was the exception to never meet your heroes. And I think there's a reason that so many people, even if they, most people don't do this line of work, but she was still just a genuine inspiration because she was kind, she was generous, she cared so deeply. She cared so deeply not just about this work, but about the planet. And she's a person who wanted to, who I think really embodied doing what she could to try to leave this planet better, you know, once she was gone, to what she leaves behind. Her empathy and compassion just radiated from her. Yeah, I mean, she was wonderful, just truly wonderful. And I think, you know, to honor Jane, we have to love this planet and treat it with respect. And that includes all the people and the animals and everything and everyone that makes up this world. And being good, you know, being good to one another and being good to all who inhabit this planet that we share. She inspired me to become a biologist. This loss has hit me so insanely hard. I will definitely work harder in her honor. Well, that's a wonderful thing, though, that you look at your work and you were inspired by Jane Goodall, who's a great person to be inspired by. Oh, man. But again, you know, she lived to be 91. She had a very full life. She was working all the way up until the end. She was not, like, she's also an inspiration just because of how she never slowed down and never looked at it as like, I'm old now. What can I do? I guess I'll just sit in this chair and eat some soup. She was like, I have to go even harder now because I'm 86 and I don't have that much time left. She's like, I feel I have so much left to do. And I understand that not as much time as I used to have. Oh, to have a clear purpose. I mean, it is wonderful. You know, you see somebody who just, they knew so clearly what they wanted to do and dedicate themselves. And I think, you know, the end of her marriage with Hugo, it's what a sad but also beautiful thing that they loved each other, but they ultimately both chose the work that was their driving passion in life, you know, where they had a child, they spent 10 years together, and at the end of the day realized, like, my purpose is in the work that I'm doing here. And so I have to choose that. Like, I have to honor this because, yeah, the world was bigger than their love. Oh, the world was bigger than their love. You know, they both had a craft, a passion, were very talented in what they did. And they looked at it as almost as a responsibility as well. But they were still involved in each other's lives. They remained very close until Hugo died in 2002. I've been thinking about this lately for myself, and I'm happy to see someone like Jane who got the ground running when she was older, even though she always had a passion for animals. Yeah, she never let up. She was rad when she was younger. She was rad when she was older. And may we all, you know what? Tonight we talked about two amazing women. We talked about Assata Shakur and Jane Goodall. Two very different women, but I think their legacies that they leave behind, you know, their work, their words, some stuff to live by. And one horrible woman. Wait, who's the horrible woman we covered? I can't remember. Like, what else did we do? Oh, J.K. Rowling. J.K. Rowling. It was so funny because I was thinking about Nicole Kidman during the part of the documentary when Jane Goodall was like, ultimately, though, I realized that I had to choose my work and myself. So I did not go. I did not go with Hugo. I was thinking about Nicole. I'm like, Nicole, never stop acting. You must live by the words of your late mother who told you to always keep one foot in. And also fuck Keith Urban. Fuck him. Let Nicole be baby girl. Seriously, let Nicole be baby girl. We have the choice to use the gift of our life to make the world a better place or not to bother. Jane Goodall. And I think there's only one correct path there, and one path that will give your life purpose. We may not all be as focused in the way that Jane was, like having a purpose that felt so clear and dedicating ourselves to it in the way that Jane Goodall did. Obviously, she was unique. She was Jane Goodall. There was no one else like her. But I think we can find purpose through looking at the world in the way that Jane did. That we can use the gift of life. We can use our time here to make the world better. Nut, thank you for the raid. Also, thank you for the birthday message. It cracked me up. You're so awesome. Thank you. What's up, everybody? We just finished watching a documentary on Jane Goodall. Rest in peace to just one of the greats. A woman to carry on her spirit and her passion for life and for this planet. Jane Goodall was best known for her work with chimpanzees. She was the foremost expert in this world on chimpanzees because she observed them in the wild at the Gombe National Park in Tanzania for over 60 years. So she first went when she was in her 20s, and this was before we really had much information. We really didn't know much about chimps. And so Jane was the first to really go study them, observe them, and just noted so much about their social and family interactions, and pretty much what we know about chimpanzees today is traced back to Jane Goodall. And then she used her fame to be a conservationist. She was a global figure. She traveled around. She started the Jane Goodall Institute and the Roots and Shoots programs. And that was work that was focused on conservation and animal welfare. And a lot of kids got opportunities to like be a part of this through the various groups that she founded. Thank you so much for this. Oh, you're so welcome. You're so welcome. What else? Any other tidbits? She was one of only a few people to earn a PhD without an undergrad degree. It was thought that her lack of formal academic training would allow her to remain unbiased by traditional thought and study the chimps with an open mind, and it worked. So, lack of formal education. Don't let that stop you. Don't let that stop you. If you're like, I didn't go to college. What am I? Jane Goodall didn't go to college. She didn't have a formal degree. And yet, not only did it not stop her, it was actually a benefit, and it allowed her to have a completely open mind. For reals, thank you. I learned so much today. Heck yeah. That's always the goal. That is always the goal. Rest in peace. Rest in peace. Okay, y'all. I've been keeping an eye on the flotilla. They're really close to the shore. But I am pretty tired. I am pretty tired. So no gaming. I'll be back tomorrow with gaming. We will bring back gaming tomorrow. Do you think she's with Flo now? I hope she's with all of them. I hope she's with Rusty, her dog. I hope she's with Flo, Fifi. How did she end up in Tanzania? So she ended up in Tanzania because she'd always loved animals. So actually it was her father who gave her a stuffed chimpanzee when she was 1 year old in lieu of like a little teddy bear. He gave her a stuffed toy chimpanzee and she just became obsessed with it. And she said that her fondness for it was what sparked her early love of animals. And so she just always had this deep passion and love for animals and always dreamed of going to Africa. And Louis Leakey, who was an archaeologist and paleontologist, wanted somebody to go out into the wild and observe the chimps. And he wanted somebody who wasn't going to be biased by formal training and education. And so he knew Jane because Jane was working for him as a secretary. And so he was like, I want you to be the person. So that's how she ended up out there. And he sent her out there to study the behavior. I guarantee David Greybeard was the first one there waiting for her. I hope. I do. Anyway, y'all. Be kind to this planet. Be kind to the animals. Be kind to the humans. Be kind to yourself. Do as Jane and Osada and all of these amazing icons, these legends, these mere humans who transcended and leave behind words for us to live by and work for us to carry on. How about that? Oh, I'll be back tomorrow. Thank you so much for joining me. Praying for the flotilla, for everyone who's aboard. I'll cover tomorrow what's going on with that, but yeah, I'll see you guys later. I'm gonna send you over to Jess Capricorn. Heartbreak feels good in a place like this. Never forget. So if you cried tonight, or if you cry at any time on these streams, just remember, as Mother Nicole says, heartbreak feels good in a place like this. It really does. All right, peace out.